What's up, ladies and gentlemen? It's DH Thorne here coming at you. It was almost me by myself, but I have brought with me the illustrious Flesh Priest. What do you guys think of this DH Thorne original? What's going on, guys? Let me turn it down. Wait, this is the good part.
I like that song.
I so intentionally sang a little off key. I wanted just the slightest disharmony.
Nah, it's good. I think it works. It adds that human quality to it.
That's it.
You want to know it's a person singing and not the shadow people.
True.
Which is the topic of today's video.
The topic of today's video is the motherfucking shadow.
I don't like that you looked off camera the moment I brought up shadow people.
I'm actually looking at my other monitor, but yeah. Oh, you mean that way or that way?
Oh, dude. Nice tapestry.
My other shadow. Thank you. Yes, I don't know where I got it. Apparently it exists as a thing.
Oh, fuck. Hold on, I need to check because I need to see if my tank top came in.
Take it off, baby. Take it off and hang it up.
I get this one, obviously, but I need to, I really want that Crowley one. That's coming in. If it's not here in my mailbox already, then it's coming in soon. So I'm fucking excited for that.
For those of you who like this song, if you if you look at my channel for playlists, there is DH Thorne's music or something like that. Or you can always type in, what the hell is the name of it? Dead Inside by DH Thorne on YouTube search thing. I occasionally share my music, but it's like it doesn't get as much attention, so I don't really share it as often. People don't want my music, they want me, I guess. I suppose.
They don't want the art, they want the artist.
Right? This is probably easily one of my favorite songs I ever made for myself. It gets a little repetitive, but I like it.
There was one that you made that I really fucking... I'm sorry to make it one of my musical streams all of a sudden, but there was one that you really liked about, like, fucking floating around in a sanctuary out in the furthest reaches of space, and it had this flute thing that you turned into a guitar. Do you ever post that? Because I remember you sending me it, like, hey, I'm working on this. What do you think? Like, fuck yes, post that.
I don't remember which one that was. I think I've used it as a background sound a bunch. I think it was meant to be like a dubstep, right? Was that what it was? Or like ritual dubstep almost. It wasn't dubstep, but it was meant to be like, that's what it was, dark ambient. It was a dark ambient.
Yeah, I was gonna say when you say dubstep to me, I think
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit! What the hell did I do with it? Let me see. I've got quite a few
I'll be
wacky
honest,
songs.
I was driving home from work one day. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna give it the car mix test, and I started fucking drooling, and like all of a sudden I was just getting like, all of a sudden I was just pulling off the freeway. I'm like, what the fuck just happened? Where did I come from?
You know what? I'll cut into. We'll do a little bit of music tonight before we jump into it then. But I gotta remember. Sometimes I'll name shit and I'll forget what I named it, and then I don't know what I did with it. Because I've got like 7 folders full of stuff I can potentially use as backdrop music for my shows. And everyone's always saying, what's the name of that song? Like, I'm going to tell them somebody else's. With one exception, unless of course you make it or something, I don't use, or maybe Ace. I think Ace is actually live on Facebook right now, so we're going to miss him. But except for maybe Ace, who at some point, if he ever makes me a track, I will happily use his music as stuff that I do.
Ace is fucking bad, dude.
He's awesome. But for sure, I mean, I have a whole bunch of stuff out there, and everyone asks me, like, who made that music? And half the time when they ask, it was me. The other half of the time, it was just free shit you can get off of YouTube. Just, you Google YouTube royalty free, and there's millions of things. I also put a link in my description to COAG, which does a lot of ambient music. So let me turn this music down a little bit.
Word up to Hellspine with the 0.666 of the 666.
Nicely brother. Done. That's actually that number is actually for, if I remember correctly, for guidance. Basically, it's an angelic number. It's a good one.
Okay.
I have to double check. I forget my numerology. I'm not the best numerologist. Nina says, "Hey, what's up, Nina? Nina's awesome. I will be doing an interview with her very soon. We were planning maybe this Sunday, but I've got some stuff coming up. So we're probably going to pre-record a meeting that we're going to have, and we're going to have a nice combo on Nina the Mystic's channel sometime in the next, I don't know, we're going to aim for less than a week, but spring is always crazy around here. My wife works 7 days a week, and I'm going to go help a little bit on the weekends. So, yeah, for sure.
I know what that's like. Yeah, I haven't told you what my schedule's. If I thought I had no time before, holy shit, I am literally going to have no time coming up. Fuck, I'm sorry. I know this is riveting camera footage right now, but I'm trying to find
I'm watching
song while we talk. I don't know what the fuck you named it, and you didn't put metadata of artist name. So
never. I don't believe in that shit. No, I know. I always forget. Until it's done, I don't do it, and then when it's done, I forget.
Yeah, fair.
I probably can find it if I go into the program.
No. I'm on it now. I gotta find it.
Okay. I don't know if it was under this guy or my old guy. Like, I don't know if that was before or after I got deleted on Discord.
No, can't be it.
CJ's asking, is my bird featured? He isn't now. We just put him to sleep. My wife just covered him up. Death says 444, or 44 is Master Healer, and 4 is for healing. 44 is Master Healer. I get you, Hellspine. That's pretty good. My back's been aching a lot lately, so. I mean, you can just look up like angel number XYZ, and you'll get it. Like, that's the thing. I don't memorize this stuff. I have the internet.
Right.
I'm really bad like that.
Save the headspace for more important shit. Don't like like mathematicians. A lot of people think it's like fucking memorizing formulas and shit like that. You remember the process. You can always look up a fucking formula.
My Elvis voice.
Your Elvis voice?
Yeah, I don't know about Elvis, but
what's 11? 11 is the number of points that this star has right here.
A lot of points.
What the fuck did you call that? God damn. Okay.
Is it possible to have a 3A harmony with your own voice? Because I just did it. Pretty cool.
Yeah, just like Mongolian throat singing.
That I can do. I can't just do it though. I have to like warm up a little and it comes out.
Can you,
I can do it. It's not.
Can you actually get the overtones and shit?
Yes, I can.
Oh fuck you! Hey, you need to make a.
Not well enough to. No.
Hey, dude, auto-tune it. Don't worry, auto-tuned Mongolian throat singing. That's gonna be the next big thing over trap type beats.
It's not too hard. It's basically like whistling with the back of your throat while the real back of your throat's going. And Darkless, North Carolina is here. What is up? I know who that is. How's it going, man? I haven't seen you in a little while. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. We're surviving this almost post-human world that we're heading into. It's pretty fucking cool. Let's see. Where the hell? Yeah, I guess we're not going to find it. What's this? Ambient, moody, dark background. Did I make that?
That sounds very generic. I'm gonna be mad as soon as I find it, because it's gonna be as soon as I find it, it's gonna be like, right, that was the name. Fucking
yeah.
Okay, but
I got to be careful because some of this stuff might be stuff that I can't share, right? Mm-hmm. So give me 1 second. Let me hit the button here. Yeah, that's not it. Oh, my wife, okay, you were muted, so read that again.
Oh, whoops. Nina the Mystic with the 666 says, can't wait for our interview. I forgot to ask, what did you think of the white light, the spray TM?
That would be my wife's bag. I'm not much of a spray user. I don't mean that with any disrespect. I'm sure you put a lot of love into it. I just don't use that stuff personally. It's not part of my program. My wife has it. I'm pretty sure she enjoys it. I do see her playing with it from time to time. So maybe some point I'll get her on to talk about it. But I do apologize, Nina. I really do. It's kind of like it's just not my thing. You know what I mean? I don't use those things very often. We should have Nina on to talk about it, though, if she ever wants to.
Actually, so Jay Sauber also hit us with the super chat. Fucking thank you, dude. I always see him in here. I always hear you say he's a cool guy. Need to meet him.
He is. He's one of my first clients and everything, and he's. I'm sure he doesn't mind me saying that. And he's he's just a nice guy, you know, and he does a lot to support the people that he likes. And he's always there, you know. There's times where he'll come to me and I'm pretty sure he doesn't really need a ritual, and he'll be like, "Hey, you got any rituals you could do for me?" And it's like, I know he's being nice and sweet. And I do notice that. Like, I don't forget that stuff. People don't realize I read right through a lot of what they do. And, you know, I genuinely notice, like, when people are, like, there's a sincerity in the generosity, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Same thing with, like, Shaman. Like, Shaman's constantly here, and he's always dropping big bills on us. And he doesn't have to do that. Like, he doesn't get much for it. He just gets live streams, and he just loves our work so much. So when he does that, like, you know, like, dude, I really appreciate that. And there's a lot of other people that do that, you know. I mean, we got a lot of friends and fans, like, on Discord that we talk to, that they drop money here, and they don't have to do that. They're just being cool. And it's like, you know, one of these days, someday, I really, and I mean this sincerely, one of these days, I sincerely want to, like, do a thing where we have, like, this event and people just get beers and shit. Like, where I'm just like, all right, the bar is for the first hour prepaid. Just be careful because I'm not made of money. You know, something like that. I'd love to someday. I know it's kind of hard to explain to people, like, because I do this for a living, I've got to sell shit. And there will be stuff I'm selling tonight. One of them is actually featured right next to me. But a lot of stuff I've got to sell. So, of course, I got to be out there being like a businessman and, like, you know, doing the sellout routine a little bit, like once a stream. But at the same time, like, I notice when people are just being sweet and just giving us things. And I just want to somehow, not all the time because I get depressed and weird, but I want to pay it back. I want to pay it forward. Like, I appreciate that stuff. I really do, because, you know, I know how hard it is, especially right now, to be letting go even of a $5 bill just because somebody's doing a live stream that they'd be doing anyway. And it's like, I really appreciate that. And I know I don't show it. I'm not the best at showing my affection. You can ask anybody. Like, I'm a little, what's the word?
You don't.
A little bit.
You don't show
stoic.
it very often,
stoic.
and then you do it sometimes. Like, goddamn, I'm not used to this. I'm not used to this, and I don't like receiving the attention. Go away. Go away.
That's how I feel getting the attention. I'm not going to lie. You can ask a lot of people. Like, I mean, I hear all day long, Thorne, you're one of my favorites. Thorne, you're this. Thorne, you're that. Thorne, you're an asshole. I hear all day long these different assessments of Thorne. And, like, I don't know. I don't always respond well to compliments. It doesn't mean I get mad or anything, but I don't always respond well to them. I don't know how to respond. And that actually leads us quite a bit into that shadow stuff, to be brutally honest. It's definitely attached to that. We'll talk about that. So the subject of tonight's show, while I'm still looking for this thing, I don't know where I put it.
Oh,
the subject of
I found
tonight's
it.
show, you did? Oh, okay. You can link it to me in Discord. I'll catch it in a minute.
I have it. Yeah, hold on. Let me try doing that.
Unless you want to play it on your end, you can do that.
I only have it saved on my. I'll figure this out.
Even if it just gives me the name of it, I can probably find it.
A strange star.
Oh, okay. I bet you I can find that. But anyway, so the subject of tonight's stream is mainly going to be focusing on our personal favorites. One of the things D.H. Thorne is actually really better known for is Shadownomicon. We're going to be talking about shadow spirits tonight, specifically the shadow current as I envision it. And I want to stress that there is no, like, I know a lot of people go, oh, they're Thorne's thing. It's not Thorne's thing. This is the thing that I've discovered and worked with, but other people have their own interpretations of. I don't want to become your priest. Like, one of the things that's wrong about religion is when someone pretends that they are the direct line to a god or a spiritual spectrum. I don't believe in that. I believe that I am just a scout. Okay, I'm a guy who saw a deep dark forest, and I walked out and I said, what the hell's out here? And that's what I found. And that doesn't even mean that I'm right, actually. That might actually mean that I'm completely wrong. I'm the first one out here. So, you know, even with Thorne's ego being what it is, I've got to be sure, or else I wouldn't be proud of myself if I didn't say that. Okay, I've got to be honest with you about that. So one other thing I would say, like, my wife and I were having a talk about it tonight, and she's like, does this shadow look this way? And blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, that's the incarnation that I interpret from what I see. That does not mean it shows up that way to most people when they see them. Most people, when you actually experience a shadow in your immediate life, it's actually going to look nothing like the caricatures that I drew to represent those spirits. In much the same way that even in the Goetia, right, you got, say, King Persson, and the way he's described and the way some people draw him, some people draw King Persson looking really cool. Some people, it's like this weird bull riding on a bear with a snake and a spear, and it's like, or a trumpet or whatever. And they've got these different interpretations of him, and it's like none of it's quite like cool looking. And then someone will get it, and it's like, wow, that actually looked kind of badass. Like, I'd fucking, I'd throw an offering to that spirit, sure. What they look like is always going to be seen through the lens of your own interpretation. And that's why I call them caricatures, not illustrations or specific like copies or something like that. I'm not drawing what they look like. So when you look in Shadownomicon and you see, like I should, maybe if I ever do like a rewrite of it or a version 2, maybe I'll specify the pictures that are meant to be pretty representative are more like the thumbnail of this video. That's what you normally see most of the time. When you see the Colossal Shadow, for example, it will just look like a big hulking shape in the darkness. It won't necessarily look like a dude with eyes and this and that. It won't look specifically like how I drew. When I did Ronzael, you won't necessarily see all the details that I've drawn. Maybe it'll just be a big shape that looks like it's a dude in a trench coat and a hood or something. It's going to be creepy. When you see the Hat Man, it's going to look like a dude in a hat. It might not look like a cowboy the way I drew. Some people draw it more like a bowler hat. There's all these different incarnations that you can see. The Shadow Child, and even these names, these are just things that I picked out to represent them somehow. I was actually given names to use for them, but I refrained from actually using those. If I can give you a little behind the curtains truth. Some of that is actually where the chants come from for them, is actually their phoneticized variations of the names I was given for them. And the reason I didn't go with the names is because I don't want them personified so much that you think of them as demonic spirits. You need to see them as shadow archetypes within yourself and in the collective consciousness at large. That's the only way you can have a proper understanding of them, in my opinion. If you think of them as these are demons that have this kind of, personified nature, it will cause you to see them as external more than you already should, more than you already will. And that externalization, thinking of them as an external force, can put you in a victimized state, which actually makes them more powerful, because now you're going to resist them and you're going to see them as adversaries and problems. So it's actually not good to approach them as separate from you, like, the Hat Man is separate and I need to remove him from my life or deal with him or anything like that. That is not going to help you. It's going to make it much worse. Okay? And I can say that from experience. So, yeah, hopefully that makes sense to you guys. Let me see. Let's see what comments are, because Fleshy left me and I'm running out. What do I say now? What do I say? Let's see. Hey, Thorne, I had my first few experiences with Lucifer along the past few months. Is Wyatt Coverdale. Is he usually sketchy? He gives a certain smile and I feel like he's trying to get me. Yes, that is legit for sure. A lot of how, Ethan, you know where my head's at. We'll talk about that for sure. If I forget, I will do my best. I will have Fleshy remind me of that. Hopefully he'll come back and see that, because I don't want to forget. But we're talking about shadow people tonight, so I'll take some time out to talk about them. Anyway, yes, Wyatt, Lucifer abso-fucking-lutely, because in a lot of ways he will act like he's buttering you up. Okay, a lot of what he will do, he'll come before you or you'll come before him and he'll call you his beloved and he'll say you're brilliant and you're a shining star and if only you do this. And some of that is a challenge. You're a kid. So he's probably, teaching you things there. And hopefully I'm not spoiling the lesson by telling you that. But he's absolutely testing you a little bit with that. Absolutely. It's not a bad thing. It's just, even recognizing it, you have to recognize what's going on. Okay, even in recognizing it, your pride and ego goes up a little bit, because you're looking at this like, haha, I recognize that Lucifer's trying to con me into something a little bit. And he'll be like, oh yeah, yeah, you got me. Oh, look how brilliant you are. You're one of the smartest. You're one of the wisest. Wow, look at you. And everything with Lucifer is like a test at some point on some level. Lucifer's goal is not to teach you, and he's not even it's to challenge you in an adversarial way that leads to enlightenment. That's his main goal. And sometimes, his syrupy sweetness is exactly what you need. Maybe you're feeling low, and having a spirit come through and be like, you're my beloved, you're beautiful and powerful, you're special, you're one of my chosen, you're this, you're that, is exactly what you need to hear to motivate. Other times that exact thing is what you're going to hear exactly at the worst possible moment, because it's going to trip you up and make you feel a certain pride that will confuse you. So yeah, there's a lot of different ways it can be. I mean, some people will talk about, I see some people saying he, she. Lucifer is best described as non-gendered because Lucifer comes through as both for me, male and female. The energy of Lucifer is very much a androgynous element to Lucifer. And when he does come through as a strong masculine, even then there's a in touch with itself femininity going on. I can't explain it any other way. Adonis doesn't do it justice, right? So it's just like, yes, I'd love to just hang out with you, great bright spirit of the light, right? So
beyond
certainly
gender.
It's beyond gender. Like, if you don't feel some kind of an attraction to what you're seeing, you're broken. And if it doesn't work, that the feminine side will come through. You will see females, you will see all kinds of shit, honestly. Whatever it takes to get you. And I don't necessarily mean, it's not necessarily a sexual attraction, though it can be. The sexual part is kind of like what you're doing with it. It's not that he's going, yeah, lust after me. That's not really his ballpark, the same way it might be for like Lilith or Asmodee. The lust element is there, but it's more like, how do I put this? There's something of a test there. That's part of it. But it's a little bit more like anything to attract you type of thing. Anything to get you. And Hellspine says Lucifer is sympathetic, empathetic towards dual gender roles for sure. He's not just that way towards dual gender, he's towards everything. It's ironic because some people conflate elements of Yeshua, Jesus, with Lucifer. And they've both been called the morning star for a reason. They have a very similar, they're both the sun in astrological terms. They're both associated a lot with that energy, but with more than that. It's just that's one of the shining elements of Lucifer and Jesus that's very similar. There is absolutely a very strong, a very strong vibe of beauty and love. That's where the Venus comes from a little bit, that beauty and love and love. But it's also that solar power, dignity, just glory that emanates off of him. And a lot of that has this, you are my beloved feel to it. Please love me. Love me. Apollo. I am Apollo. Apollo is another good. There's so many, that's the thing with Lucifer, is that you can't nail him down to one. He's got elements of a lot going on with him. And a lot of that is because we put the cart before the horse and we say, so that means Lucifer is the sun? No. That's not what this means at all. Lucifer being an egregoric being that is based upon fictional ideas that were misunderstandings of the Bible. Over centuries, over 1,000 years, Western Christianity in Europe created the archetype of Lucifer out of all the mythology and the conflation of stories with Satan and probably Apollo and Venus and Phosphorus and all this. And so they came up with this demonic egregore that was conflated with Satan called Lucifer. And in the Middle Ages, you have people creating Paradise Lost, which is the archetype of Lucifer that I like the best. It's the one most people recognize the most. Except for, I guess now everybody's into that show Lucifer, and it's like this dude who's like kind of douchey, and I don't really care for it. But everyone's like, oh, I call him Lucy now because they call him Lucy on the show. And it's like, oh my God, guys, really? I'm not saying you're wrong, but please stop being such sheep, I swear. So it's bad enough that I'm like that with Paradise Lost. From a show. Right? It's like, I think that's where people got the whole Lucy thing. I don't want to like it
because fucking this show, man. Oh my God.
Although I will say they did a few good treatments of him. There was this one episode, I didn't watch it, but it was shared around, where there's this satanic cult that was going to sacrifice somebody or something to Lucifer.
Mhm.
And he shows up. He's like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "Oh, man, I'm here to teach you to be free, not this. What is wrong with you?" You know?
Why can't you guys just
And they
be
actually,
groovy?
right? Whoever wrote that episode really got like the Luciferian cult a little bit, that Luciferian element pretty well. I had to actually applaud that scene. That was actually pretty good. But I never watched the show much because I didn't like where they went with. I don't know. Maybe I should give it a chance, but I didn't like it.
And honestly, so I haven't watched a lot of it, but I've watched a fair bit secondhand because my ex and my roomie were super fucking into it. I honestly, I don't think you're missing much. I don't see it being for you, but it sounds like you
Right?
were answering Wyatt's question.
Yeah, I was, and I was going to get to that super chat from Ethan. I will say this show is going to be, again, it's about shadow people. That's the aim. And the question you're asking, I could rant on for hours and hours and hours. So here's my problem with simulation theory is that you have a bunch of materialists coming up with it, and so their idea of it is mostly based around the idea that we exist in a computer simulation because they have no rational explanation otherwise. They are literally describing the Vedic principle of Maya, Brahman, and Atman. They're basically, without realizing it, they've basically recreated something like that, but they put it in a materialistic way. They're basically saying, and the other problem with their idea is they're actually putting off the explanation one universe. In other words, they're saying that this universe is a simulation, which is all fine and good for explaining this. The problem then becomes when I explain the universe where the computer is. So it kind of means we'll never be able to understand it till we pop out of this simulation. So it's also, I think, I'm not saying that the principle is wrong. That is to say, everything that you experience is absolutely not real. When I say it's not real, that doesn't mean you're not experiencing it as real. That doesn't mean you can ignore danger, okay? What it means is that what you identify as real is not what it is. If I were to hold up any object to you, your experience of it is valid. However, even your experience of it is something which takes a phenomenological experience, categorizes it, puts a desktop overlay on top of it, and treats the overlay as real. So think of your desktop on your computer. You've got on your desktop folders, right? I'm sure most of you have a folder or a trash bin, at the very least, because you can't delete that. You've got a trash bin on your desktop. Is that actually a trash bin? No, but it's a picture of one. When you put a file in there, are you actually putting a file in the trash bin? No, you're not. Are you even deleting it at that point? No, you're not. When you say empty trash bin, does that actually empty it? No, it does not. All it does is mark that data to be restructured. So literally everything on your desktop is an illusion. It's just a bunch of symbols that you've learned to associate with certain ideas. One of the premises, and I forget the name of the scientist who talks about this. He's a bit of a panpsychist. He's very interesting. But he says basically the same thing that I'm saying. And when he said it, I was like, good, someone's getting somewhere. and then I learned from him because he expanded on it pretty well, and I loved it. I can't think of his name off the top of my head. I'm not even sure where to look. If I find it, maybe I'll remember to put it up somewhere on Discord or something. But he talks about the desktop interface of reality and how that is how we've evolved to experience this world. Now, again, materialists, which I am not, nor am I an idealist, by the way. A lot of people will confuse me for an idealist because of the way I talk. I actually strain idealism so much because most of you right now are materialists. You just don't know it. The vast majority of you listening to me are unwitting materialists. You live in a world of material, and that's your world. And then the spirit is somehow separate. The idea is somehow separated. They're not. They're the same thing. It's the same phenomenon. It's the same non-dual truth. But this idea of the desktop overlay is the materialists' reimagining of literally Plato's idea of forms in a very real way. You know, Plato's concept of forms is that our idea of something is not what it is, and that idea is actually more true than the thing we see. So this, I'll give you an example, a good one. And by the way, this is for sale on Etsy, but we'll get into that in a minute. This skull, which I painted, we call it a skull, right? Because it looks like a skull. Is it actually a skull? No, it's a resin casting. It's not a real skull. There's nothing skull about it. It's just shaped like a skull. But you are going to call it a skull. And so in your experience of this object, it becomes a skull. Now that's like level 1, recognizing the illusion. That's level 1. Oh yeah, we call things, but they're not really that. You can do this on every single layer of your experience of reality, even down to the quantum level. Everything that you think you experience as a thing is just a set of terminology and ideas, which are illusory constructs, which create this conceptualization of a thing. Even thingness is not real. Thingness is also an illusion. The difference between this and the space next to it is density, not substance. There's actually no difference between this and the air around it except the configuration of that density. It's the same stuff. And that stuff is formless and void in and of itself until you come along as God going, let there be light, and create this idealistic overlay on top of it that you identify as the thing. This skull is an illusion. It's not real. But I still experience its firmness. I still experience its shape. I still experience its presence. That is real, if that makes sense. The thing that's real is the experience of it. None of the terminology, none of the descriptions, none of the definitions are real. They're just equations that'll let us talk about it and interact with it in a way that we feel gives us power over it. Even that's an illusion, though. That's a little further along. So this idea of simulation theory is just a restructuring of the net of rationality that the materialists use, attempting to deal with the hard problem of consciousness itself as extrapolated out to the experience of experience itself. How do we explain what we experience as a subjective being in a universe that seems fine-tuned for us to exist? Well, of course it's going to seem fine-tuned for you to exist. It's the only way you can exist, right? We anthropomorphize everything, and in so doing, we're creating an egregore that looks just like us no matter where we go. This is actually not any different than when prehistoric men couldn't figure out anything, and so they called it a god or a this or a that. Now, this is my skeptical side talking, but it actually puts you in a position of understanding of even what spirits are. If you really follow what I'm saying to its proper conclusion, it means even you're an illusion, even you're a figment. You're literally, I mean, the part of simulation theory that would be similar would be like calling you a program. You're literally a program. Well, who created that program? And the materialist goes, well, there must be some programmer somewhere and you're not real then. That's what that means. Yes, you're not real. Keep going. Yeah, I know, it's really sucky. No, keep going. No, it's really, that's it. I'm not real then. That's the end. Boo-hoo, whoa. Nihilism, whoa. But maybe I'm a dude like in the Matrix and I'm a person experiencing this. Okay, you're getting a little warmer. But now all you've done is like a Russian nesting doll. You've taken off one layer and look, there's another one below it where you go, I'm some dude sitting in a pod having this experience of self. As a computer program. The problem with that is, how do you then explain the dude in the pod? Is he a simulation too? What's his simulation of? Is there an ultimate computer somewhere running all of this? And then in what simulation is that computer being simulated? This doesn't answer properly what's going on. What answers this better in a very rational way, in a very provable way. In fact, it's the only thing you can prove is that you are having an experience. When I say you are having, I mean you are aware, you are knowing. That's the only thing that you know for sure is that you are knowing. Everything else requires some leap of some kind of assumption.
Got to take in
You
some
are
axiom on some level.
somewhere. Even calling you a knowing requires axioms to even say. But if you just shut up, stop trying to think, stop, and when I say don't think, I don't mean don't have thoughts. I mean, stop trying to analyze and rationalize. Just take in the experience and follow that experience back to where it's being had. You'll reach a point of no return, and all you have is a reflection of you. And that's as close as you can get consciously. That is with an analysis. Even this, so if you think back about your experiences, if I say, Flesh Priest, think about right now. The only thing you can do is get into a reverberating loop of right now, where you remember right now, and then when you're remembering, it's no longer right now, so you got to remember right now, and you just keep going. Blah, blah, blah. But you don't have to do that to have an experience of right now. You're experiencing it right now. So if you follow this all the way back, that's all you really know. That's the heart of what consciousness is. It's not the thoughts, it's not the pictures, it's not the sounds, it's not how it feels. None of that is consciousness. So when a scientist, a materialistic scientist, says, we don't understand consciousness and we think the brain causes it, that's because they're confusing cognitive functions of a blob of goo in your head for consciousness. That's like a radio. Okay, when you turn a radio on, is the announcer living in the radio? No. If I smash the radio, does the announcer go away? Of course not. You're just like a radio, except you're more like an RC car kind of radio. If you have an RC car and I smash the RC car, does the remote control stop? Do I stop functioning just because the car isn't responding? No. The signal is still there. The essence of it is still there. It's a bad analogy because then it still creates this kind of, if you take it too literally. But if you take it allegorically like I'm intending, it makes a lot more sense. And you can extrapolate that as far as you want. You can go so far with this that you can get tripped out and go, I mean, you can have a transcendent experience and realize that life is a dream. Every moment of it, waking or sleeping. And so
dreams can be lucid.
It is, and dreams can be lucid. And the great irony is, so why do I have a problem with calling it simulation theory? Because the theory itself is a simulation. It's just another layer of materialism, and it doesn't answer the question. In fact, answering the question won't stop the questioning. They're going to keep, this is what they mean. I think it was Muji or somebody said, you're not seeking answers, you're seeking a cessation of questions. Okay? So no matter how many answers you get, you're always going to have more questions because there's always going to be another little Russian nesting doll under. Let's say we master quantum physics in the next 20 years. Well, year 21, after that, they'll have something under that they got to figure out. And it's just going to keep going forever because until they stop treating the scientific method as a dogmatic faith and see it more as a tool of exploration rather than something dogmatic, it's called scientism. Look it up. This idea that science is some kind of a religion that has dogma that must be adhered to. This is why I'm not a big fan of, what's his name? He replaced Carl Sagan. I love his work, but I hate his opinions, if that makes sense.
I know exactly.
We're experiencing cringe we never experienced before. What's his name? Oh, fuck. What's his name?
Oh, are you talking about fucking...
Neil deGrasse.
Yeah.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh, man. The king of fucking hot takes.
Yes, I love his work, but I hate some of his hot takes because he's very much in the spectrum of scientism, which worries me, okay? He doesn't represent even what Carl Sagan was hinting at. And Carl Sagan was a bit of a scientismist as well. But he actually, without even intending to, he was in a non-dual spectrum when he said, we are just a way for the universe to know itself. Oh, heavenly light shine down. That was a moment of glorious truth. I love that line. In fact, that's one of the reasons why I like Carl Sagan. So don't get me wrong. I would still be shaking Neil deGrasse Tyson's hand all day. I love science. I love all the stuff he shows. Love his work. Love the videos. I love the way he talks. But some of his hot takes...
He made Pluto not a planet anymore. I'll never forget.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. I forget the guy's name, but no, that wasn't him that did that.
No, he
actually, the guys who did that one of the guys who did make Pluto not a planet. Don't forget, Pluto's a sixth the size of the moon, by the way. So if Pluto's a planet, then the moon's a planet. So we can't do that. But I don't. I'm not saying
the moon's not a planet. The moon is a hollow satellite used to spy on us.
I mean, I've seen The Fifth Element too. So, I love when people do that whole "it's a satellite." Blah 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 blah. Why did that theory come out after The Fifth Element? Gee, I wonder.
The fifth.
So
I don't remember a hollow moon in The Fifth Element.
No, but the idea that the moon is some kind of an alien being that came here, that's the I don't want to give Fifth Element away, but if you haven't seen
Destiny?
Destiny? Oh shit, too. Yeah, that too.
Game?
Fuck you. Destiny came much later than both of those.
I know.
Yeah.
Never mind. I know what you're referring to with The Fifth Element.
The movie, The Fifth Element. Yeah, when the dark
sir.
ball shows up at Earth and it turns into a moon after the Fifth Element shoots it with her love. But yeah, I mean, where else can we go with this? I mean, we can go on forever here.
All right, I'm gonna cut you off. Closing thoughts. We got another question, and it's gonna segue into our topic for the night.
Okay. Go for it.
Oh no, I was asking what your closing thoughts were.
No, I'm done. I lost my train. My train derailed, so now it's all you, baby.
Well, I guess I'll give my closing thoughts on the subject of even if some people get really nihilistic with the subject, and I say even if all of this, even if we aren't experiencing the raw binary, like truest, purest form, even if we are in the simulated video game or whatever, like DH was saying, the experience is what matters. What fucking difference does it make? Really?
Mm-hmm.
So
on some level, I mean, if you have no meaning in life, that's your fault, not the universe's.
Well,
if there's no meaning inherent in the universe, what do you think your job must be? Have fun. In fact, if anything, that would be the meaning, to have a blissful fun. The universe was created as part of play. There had no purpose beyond that. Is a kid doing something on purpose when they create a little Play-Doh dick and throw it at their sister? No, they're having a good time. Okay? So, yeah. So we're going to talk about Shadow People in just a second.
Yeah,
CJ Enger has a super chat that's on the subject, so we'll get in that one more second. I got to pay the bills, guys. Etsy now has some new products up. My wife's mirrors are not up yet. She's still got a lot of work to do. She's got like 10 of them in the works, but she's working full time right now. So she's going to need a day or two off to get back to finishing them. Actually, I think some of them are close to being done. So when they're done, they'll be done. But yeah, so this is something new, and this is a collaboration with Elena Lemmy, whose Limitless Liberations is a link on my video description. Well, this is on my Etsy. So this is a collaboration. This is actually the sigil that I created for Lucifer. In other words, I took from Grimorum Verum the sigil of Lucifer in Asia, and then I did an artistic interpretation of it. And let me see if I can get that closer. And we are designing some laser etched crystal balls. These are big, they're heavy, they're high quality quartz. So they are now for sale on my Etsy.
Oh, that's
if you're
actual
interested
quartz,
in them.
not glass?
No, well, quartz is a kind of glass, dude. It's all silica. But yes,
I'm no biologist, man.
I mean, I'm not a nephrologist or whatever that is either, dude. So I don't know. But that's what I do know is the quartz is a silica compound that is very it's basically you could, I mean, glass, quartz. I think maybe it's not silica. Actually, where's Eddie? Eddie's a bigger nerd than either of us when it comes to this stuff. We'll have to get Eddie on later. He can correct us. And the other product is a one of a kind. I do these every now and then when I feel inspired. This is a custom handmade, well, the skull isn't, but hand decorated Lucifer altar skull, which you can use for ritual. So it's got the word Lucifer written in sigil script underneath Lucifer's sigil. Again, the Lucifer in Asia sigil. You can't see it in this light, but it's actually a very deep blue, the Lucifer sigil, and it's surrounded by the black flame, the circular black flame. It's wreathed in black flame. So I liked how this one came out. It's actually fun to gaze at. I'm trying to get it so the lighting will pick up the blue.
Don't say that skull isn't handmade. Somebody died for that.
Probably. It was probably made in China where some freaking slave had to make it.
Ooh, I was. Yeah. Ouch,
Did I just get demonetized? What just happened?
Fuck, you're not wrong. Shit. Ouch. Too real. Too real. I want to return to the simulation.
Right? Oh, man. People can't handle when you tell that truth. Actually, most of the people who follow me can. At least the ones who keep following me. The ones who start following me and stop don't handle it very well. The ones who downvote my videos probably can't handle it very well. I have my haters. But
that means
if you're interested in that, that's also on the Etsy. I highly recommend them, and my wife will let me know if we get a sale. But if you need the links, I don't know if anybody put them up yet. I'll go look. I don't see them. There it is. Nina the Mystic put them up. Let me pin that.
Thank you, Nina.
Oh wait, she put up the wrong one. No, that's the wrong one. Let me see here. There it is. I found it. No, that's the link tree. I'll do it. I'll find it. It's hidden in the link tree. She's doing her best. I like what she does.
Are you talking about the Limitless Liberations, or are you talking about the Teespring?
She's been putting the link tree, which is fine. I'm going to put specifically the Etsy
Limitless
link.
Liberations.
Yeah, this is the one you got to use right here. Oops, nope, don't want to pin the wrong one. Pin message. There we go. Okay, so it's a pin message right now by me. Should be at the top, hopefully. I don't see it right now, but I know it's there because I trust the universe to do what I tell it. So if you go to that link right there, you can purchase crystals like that or skulls like that. And if you don't, you'll break my heart, but I understand. So, okay, let's get to anything you want to say. I see Ace the Goblin showed up. What up, Ace the Goblin? What's up, brother? Yeah. I'm gonna put on some music again, so I settle my I'm almost like Frankenstein. I need some music to settle my
okay, because we were talking about it so much at the beginning. Put on A Strange Star, unless you've been playing that this whole time.
No, I have to find it. Give me a second.
Okay.
I'm a banana head.
Before we get into it, because originally it was with a flute, and then you changed it to almost sound like an electric guitar. What did you end up finalizing with? Because I liked them both for different reasons.
I don't know. Honestly, I haven't listened to it much since I sent it to you.
Okay, well, if you have a choice for versions, I would do the flute.
I'm pretty sure the one I have here is the one that you liked.
I mean, I like both of them, but... Okay.
So... It has a very EVE Online kind of feel.
Yeah. So, my boy CJ Anger with Super Chat said, can shadows take the form of an Hold on, I gotta get reading mode again. Hold on. CJ
in fact,
Anger.
hit the button. Read it in the voice.
Ooh, the
Pretend
voice.
to be Legion and speak to me. Yeah, do Legion. Do the voice. Click the button. Turn it. Do the voice font.
Can shadows take the form of an antagonistic person in your life, such as a family member that has caused mental anguish?
All right, nobody can understand that, but damn, that was cool. Let me let me read it again.
Form of an antagonistic person in your life, such as a family member
that has caused mental anguish.
Ooh, I like that. I like that. Yes.
You like that?
What do I sound like that? What will I sound like? That'd be pretty cool.
Ooh, well, I'll have to hook you up with that.
Yeah, send me the font, quote unquote, as I said when we first started talking.
Yeah,
you're like, yeah, I'll put it in
italics.
like
Helvetica.
Oh man. Okay. So there's built into the question, there's a little bit, in my opinion, a misunderstanding. And it's something I've had to work through, so I'm not scolding you. I've had to work through a little bit more and more from when I have re-entered this current of life. Coming from that non-dualistic source nature mentality guy that was a big Alan Watts guy. Coming back into doing these things. Because even coming from like this whole non-dual structure of understanding, upon re-entry, we'll say, like a space pod re-entering the atmosphere, I had a lot of stuff that had to be ablated off, we'll say. A lot of stuff that had to be removed that wasn't yet. It required a shift of understanding. Because the first thing you do is you treat these beings... Yes, by the way, I kept the electric guitar set. you treat the spirits as an external thing from you. Now, I'm not saying they don't have what you would confuse for an external component. If you are still wrapped up in the idea that you are an isolated ego identity, then you are absolutely going to have the experience of spirits being outside and separate from you. When you begin to have the non-dual experience, and you collapse the subjective and objective universe into a true nature, even if just intellectually, you begin to recognize that there is no separation between you and anything. That means Flesh Priest and I are the same person, being, thing. That means Lucifer and I, on some level, are the same being. So what separates us is not separation, but differentiation of extremes. I am not as knowledgeable, we'll say, as Mercury. But Mercury obviously influences me because I think very well. I am not as good a warrior and destroyer as Mars is. I don't generate as much fear as Phobos and Deimos. But I'm capable of those things. They exist within me. So what we find out is these spiritual entities, what they are all of them, including me and you, by the way, CJ, and Flesh Priest. What we are egregoric identities that take on a life of their own. We take on a life of our own. And we reinforce each other's life by acknowledgement and sort of reverberating and what's that word when you have something that when you get like harmonic distortion when it keeps repeating?
Feedback?
Resonance.
Resonance.
Yeah, feedback. Yeah, feedback resonance. You get like a resonant feedback loop that reinforces the delusion of separation. When you transcend that a little bit, you recognize that all of that's an illusion. So I've had a lot of streams lately where I've done the comparison between Superman and a spirit. And I show you that Superman, a spirit, and yourself, out of those three, you're the little guy. Really. Yeah, you got a body and you can do things that they can't do in that embodied way.
So many.
But guess whose body they get to use when they influence you? Yours. Every little kid who puts a little, red towel on his back and jumps off his couch like this. Superman is inspiring that. Superman is possessing them at that moment, if you will. Is it a stretch of your imagination to think that? Only if you're a superstitious theist type, where you need the spirits to be something alien and external to your awareness. If you understand that all spirits are part of the collective consciousness of the universe, okay, I'm not limiting it to that materialistic, it's just psychological. There was a time when the difference between psychological and spiritual was not acceptably seen. In other words, they were basically the same thing to most people's minds. And one could argue that proper integration of spiritual truth leads to proper integration of psychiatric truth as well. Why do you think when people start stepping off of the deep end of the left hand or any dark magical practice, their fundamental awareness of reality gets wacky and they often get a little loopy a little bit? Which comes first, the crazy or the practice? How many times do you have to practice magic or conjure a spirit and something really freaky happens that's synchronistic before you start losing touch with the objective reality everybody else agrees on? So all of this, again, this is why I dwell so much on the non-dual nature of everything. Because when this clicks for you, everything else becomes a lot easier to recognize and understand. So, I know it doesn't sound like I'm answering your question, CJ. I'm going to do that right now. With that as the backdrop of your question, when we're saying, could a shadow person take the form of a real person or anything else and thus torment you with it? There's a whole lot of things that you've said there that means that you don't realize you're doing it to yourself. You're actually trying to externalize, you're trying to separate the shadow that you are, the shadow that's in you, the shadow that's part of your being. You're trying to externalize it into an external thing and rationalize it so that you can play victim on some level. You will never admit this. Nobody does. It's always going to be, no, I was just trying to know. I know. That's what we all say. I do the same thing. But you're trying to create this thing so that you can be the target of slings and arrows of some other entity, and that's why you're unhappy. Because a shadow, or maybe it makes you feel special. Oh, there's a shadow controlling my ex-husband, and that's why I'm having a bad day, because they're beating me up. It's a shadow. And that makes it more cool, doesn't it? More cooler? Is that a word, Flesh? Can we make it a word? Put it in the dictionary.
The correct grammar of that is more coolerer.
More cooler-er, right, got it.
Yeah. You got to English.
You have to be doing the more coolerer. Yeah, you have to English it. Yes, so it makes it more interesting. I would remind you that a lot of people that get into this stuff, we come from the island of misfit toys, don't we? We've got these problems. We've got these problems. Everyone's got problems, but we feel like we've got special problems. And a lot of times we do. We've been abused. We've got psychological issues. Right, you know what I'm saying, right? And Arachno says, most coolestness. Very good. That's another good one.
It's probably an
We've all got these complexes, if you will. And we feel special. We feel special because of these things in a lot of cases. How many of you guys, don't answer me, don't put an answer in the chat. I'm being your shadow right now. Or I should say, I'm being your Lucifer. Because Lucifer is a great light for the shadow people. You want to find your shadows, Lucifer. It's one of the reasons I love Lucifer. Lucifer being that light will highlight your shadows for you if you let him, and if you're self-aware enough to look where that light goes. You'll see the shadows casted. And if you follow the shadow's foot back to where it's coming from, it comes from you. Always. When I say you, though, I don't just mean your ego. I mean the ego of the person that's doing it, blah, 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 blah. But we'll get to that. So, in a lot of cases, we get into magic, especially the left-hand dark side, because it often gives us an empowering feeling. It makes us feel special. It makes us feel powerful. It makes us feel dark and mysterious and cool. It gives us something more to hang on our ego as an embellishment. Now, you guys know I talk a lot about ego, and I get my haters going, you're too egotistical. Shut up. There's nothing wrong with ego so long as you recognize it for what it is.
I'm gonna jump in and say, what's that fucking meme of like, I forget the wordage they use, but just because you're ascending doesn't make you more special than everybody else.
Right, we're all ascending. That's it. Ascension is what everything does, because everything is in the cycle of samsara. We're all going up, and even going down is a kind of up. Get your head out of this stupid binary of up and down. It's a wheel, it's a circle. It's always up. It's always down. It's always going around and around. Raul Fernandez says, no inside, no outside, no separation. Right. Exactly. But we have the experience of separation because it's fun. It makes us feel special. And that's fine. That's okay. One of the worst things that like these Buddhists do and other right-hand, I'm not saying Buddhists are necessarily right-hand. In fact, the real Buddhism is not. The real Buddhism would say it's neither. I would argue that it can absolutely be found in the left hand. Absolutely. At the very least. Anyway. So, this thing that you're seeing and you're asking. So you've got somebody who is treating you badly, someone who is hurting themselves, whatever it is, and you ask, is a shadow taking their form? No. Because that implies that there's separation in the first place. This idea that there's separation in the first place reinforces the shadow fully. By saying there's a shadow over there and not recognizing that it's really something being evoked from you is part of why you have that shadow. Could you tell Jared that I can hear him? Probably nobody else can, but...
No, I can't hear it here.
Okay, good. I'm going to turn my music down anyway. I just realized how loud it is.
Hey, I will be right back.
Raul says he's commenting on my rant from 8 minutes ago. My rants last like a good 30 minutes when I get going, so he'll be here commenting for a while. So CJ, this shadow that you're talking about, from one level down, if we go down to the level where we're at in our experience, I would say that the shadow is something they're not dealing with. And it's manifesting as action and behavior. And then your own shadow is looking at that. And it's manifesting with that too. So if you read Shadownomicon, he might be, I don't know, depending on what he's doing to you, maybe he's being like the colossal shadow or maybe something else. Well, you know the shadow that's working its way in you right now by externalizing that and making, even if you don't mean to sound this way, maybe you resist this when I say it, but the part of you that's victimizing yourself by declaring that as an external feature of yourself, making CJ a victim of this person's behavior, that's one of the shadow people too. It's the shadow woman specifically. Oh, poor me, woe is me. The victim shadow. Always needs saving, the damsel in distress. Sometimes the swain in distress. It's not always a chick. This being that needs saving. Well, that's your shadow. And your shadow, you look at that person and your reflection of that is, I'm being victimized by their shadow. When this happens to you, it just makes it stronger in your own. This is why shadows are a motherfucker. This is why I challenge any occultist to deal with anything more challenging than the shadow people themselves, or their shadow, period. You must integrate the shadow to ascend. And integrate does not mean destroy, does not mean get rid of, does not mean overcome, it doesn't mean conquer, it doesn't mean any of that. It means looking at it square in the face and seeing yourself in it. Until you do that, that shadow will rule you. And even after you do that, because the cycle and the process is ever ongoing so long as you're separated. And nobody incarnated can be anything but separate. Because that's the nature of the experience of being incarnated. And now I suppose someone could argue that it's possible to be incarnated and not separate, I suppose, because we can sort of have that experience with psychedelics, with dreams, with meditation. But I would argue that there's no one to be connected or separate. So long as you're saying, I'm connected, you're not. So long as you say, I'm not separate, you are. It's only when this stuff becomes fundamentally cannot be said neti-neti. Until you can do neti-neti with your own identity, and no one can hold that forever, don't listen to them when they tell you they can. You have people, who would it be, are a good example. They're intellectually, they get it, they know how to communicate it, they can very much express it, and they probably experience it quite a bit. I experience it quite a bit. I experience that sense of non-separation I'm not saying once a day, but often enough that I know it's true. That doesn't mean that I have the experience of knowing what everybody thinks. It means I can have a subjective objective collapse and just be one with my experience for a little while and realize and know and experience a connection to it all. That doesn't mean that I know what someone's thinking across the city or something. It means that I recognize in a vivid way that we're one. But I can't live my life every moment that way because I don't want to. It's not fun like that. I'm having fun being a separate little egregore. It's fun, and I accept that. I love that about it. That's partially where the bliss comes from it.
It's kind of...
But you got people...
I don't know if this makes sense to you, but we were talking earlier about simulation theory. It's kind of like, do I want to experience all the raw binary data? Or, no, I'm kind of having fun in this game. I'm kind of having fun,
exactly,
you know, blowing people up and shit.
Right. You're having fun. Why fight it? These people who go, I need to wake up and stop being miserable. You're only miserable because you're trying to wake up from it, you fool.
What are you going to do when you realize you got to wake up from that waking up?
Yeah. You think the Buddha woke up because he tried to wake up so hard? It was when he gave up. That's when he woke up. That's the key. That's the ticket. Give up. Not in the nihilistic way. Although nihilism can actually be like the front porch of giving up. So even nihilism, as much as I make fun of it and talk shit about it, even nihilism has an element to it. The problem is nihilism is a response to your desire for there to be meaning. Nihilism isn't what it is. You experience nihilism because you're really idealistic and you're mad that the universe doesn't agree with you. I mean, if I was going to sum up nihilism, that would be it. Nihilism is the experience of suffering because you are very idealistic, but you realize the universe doesn't agree. And that bothers you because you feel like the universe should be an ideal. It should have ideals in it. Well, motherfucker, you are the universe. There's your ideal right there. You just made one. And guess what? Those ideals cause you suffering, don't they? You're doing it to yourself. Like there's a meme with a little kid putting a boot on his head, and one picture is like you see like a boot on the kid's head, and it's just him in the boot, and it's like, oh, that poor kid. Then the next frame is, you know, you, the universe, also the universe. Like it's all you. It's a little kid with his foot his hand in a boot, and he's playing with himself with a boot. There's another one with a kid like with somebody standing on a cliff, and there's like a big hand flicking the guy off the cliff and a hand ready to catch him. Another good example. The nihilist is just sitting there completely lost in this game and mad at themselves. That's really all it is. It's depressing me to even try to explain it. To me, it's like so obvious. It's like a dude shooting heroin up, and they're like, oh, what's my problem? I mean, it could be the needle sticking out of your arm, bro. I'm not saying you're bad, but it's not even the needle sticking out of your arm. It's that you mind it. You're doing it. Anyway, I got to be careful of that because YouTube will censor me if I say things.
So, I have collected a couple of stories about the Shadow People, including some from people who wrote into us. Do you want me to get to that?
Absolutely.
How long?
Let me, of course, the phone rang because no matter how much I say, I'm not free on Thursdays. The phone will ring.
You know what? I think we've been going for a while too. So I tell you what, everybody who's new around here, I'm going to start to open up the call-ins that will be down below. We can take you as a... I'm gonna let you run the show for a minute. Yeah.
So before you even read the stories, why don't you interact with the audience? This is questions for Flesh Priest time. In fact, I saw one that was aimed at you. I think CJ deleted it. I'm gonna be right back.
Okay. So yeah, for those of you who have never tuned in before, possibly, this is actually a live call-in show. I can hear you actually. I don't think they can, but I can, but they can't. I'm just listening to DH Thorne. You guys can't hear him, but yeah. So this is a live call-in show. Think Coast to Coast AM. If you've got something that you want to ask us live on the air, or if you've got a story you want to tell, Message Flesh Priest on Skype or join our Discord, link up above, and I am on there as Flesh Priest. I can get you on and have you talking to us. And I'm gonna give priority tonight because the stream is about shadow people. If you message me, tell me you got a shadow person story, and you're gonna get top priority. So, let me see. CJ Anger. Man, DH, don't want to... I can't read the stories yet, so CJ was asking me if he thought there was a purpose to going into the base code of the video game, or something to that effect. I said that I'm too wrapped up in the video game to even wonder.
I think he retracted that. I don't know if he meant for you to read that. Now I feel bad. So I caught some of that anyway. I like what Eric said. Eric Mystery says, "We are drugs." Yes.
I don't need drugs.
You are drugs.
I am drugs.
You are, like, I actually had this funny idea that I often wanted to say, but it's not literal. But I had this vision once when working with, I think it was Azazel actually. He was showing me all these weird things. And I had this vision of the apple of the Garden of Eden was more like a psychedelic, and humanity took a few bites out of it, and we're literally like passed out, and angels and demons are like the fucking people that are like babysitting us while we have this trip of a simple little human being. Like, that's what it is. And like when we like die, we wake up or something. Like that was a cool thought. We're still in the Garden of Eden. In fact, the Bible even says that. You've never left the garden, really.
You know what? Remind me, bookmarking that. I'm going to come back onto something that's kind of in that same vein later that I read. Okay. But I'm going to fuck this name up. Vittoria says, I got a story, recording it now, forking fast.
Forking fast. Thank you, Vittoria. Yeah, I guess we can always play that. If they send it to you, we can actually play the recording.
Hell yeah, send it.
Work. Or they can write it.
Send it to me on, if you're recording an audio, send it to me on Discord, or flesh_priest at protonmail.com, and I can get that. So, let me pull this up. Are you ready for the first story, DH?
You know what? Let me light some calming incense, because I have a feeling I'm going to be furious at the lies I'm about to hear.
Okay, so this first one was actually sent in to me by somebody who will remain
Eddie
anonymous. It is not Eddie, I'll say that much.
Oh,
so
must be my wife, or could be somebody in my house. Probably somebody I know. That's the only reason why they want to be. I'm kidding. Go ahead.
By anonymous. This is one of my few encounters with the shadow people before I started witchcraft. I had witnessed them from an age of 9 or 10, but I was too young to understand them as shadow people. So I thought it must be some ghost from stories. My parents used to read me scary stories, and I loved them very much. I've always had a keen interest in such things from a very young age. This happened when I was 15 or 16 years old, and I was only starting to take an interest in magic. It happened during a Christmas night. It was like any typical Christmas night, like any other year. Everyone was asleep. All the windows were closed and covered with curtains, with only streaks of light and cribs' colorful lights flooding in here and there. I was watching something on TV when I saw a person, like a dark figure, emerge from the hallway in between my parents' room and my room. I first thought that it was my father coming to tell me to go to sleep, but then I realized something was off, and then I saw why. It was not human. I could see it distinctly. I could separate the darkness of its being and the darkness of the room. It was softly emitting some dark smoke or fumes from its body like an aura. It was darker than the room itself. It just stood there looking at me. The being was built, had a strong body by the looks of it. 7 foot tall, I think. No facial features. Bald. It had no other features or extensions. A humanoid figure, to be exact. To be honest, I got scared. I was frozen for a moment. It faced me. I could feel its gaze upon me. But I sucked it all up, and I said to it in somewhat angry, yet irritated voice. Please, leave me alone. At least let me watch some TV at night during Christmas. Then it just stood there, unresponsive for a moment, and disappeared. I was too scared to think about it and shook it off and continued watching TV without looking at that hallway. All this lasted under 10 minutes. I then went off to sleep by 12:30 or 1 a.m., trying not to think about it.
This sounds like one of those off the internet stories. And I have to say I like it. One of the things about sightings of shadow people is that's what they're like. Now, what I want to know about this person, if they were here, my question for them would be, what was their childhood like? Were they in a happy little home? Was their father abusive? Was their mother abusive? Was there this? Was there that? What was going on in their life? And I ask this because either them or someone in their family or life may have been experiencing some kind of trauma, because when you're young, shadow people are much more likely to show up. I think it was VK who connected the Hat Man. I don't want to take credit for what he said. If you know, whatever we may have going for each other or similar stuff, I don't necessarily agree with his take on shadow people, but he had suggested that the Hat Man was a protector of children. And I think that comes to him, possibly, and I don't want to speak for him or get into like pissing contests about it, but I think that might come up for him because so often shadow people will sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? Manifest more in the lives of young people and adolescents, because they're usually experiencing more tragic emotional trauma at the time. Their shadows are being created during that time. You're being taught to be ashamed of something, to be afraid of something, blah, 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 blah. And I'm not going to deny that when the shadow people were first coming to me, they didn't come as shadow people. They came as angels and beings that were trying to save me and help me. And their activities only ever gave me, I'm not going to say they were harmful. You know, it was like I said about Lucifer. Lucifer will present challenges in front of you in the form of praise or in the form of gifts or rewards or help. And they're often challenges, because Lucifer, don't ask him for help, right? That's what I often tell people. Don't go to Lucifer asking him for money or something. Lucifer's he may even grant it to you. That itself is going to be a curse if you're not careful. Lucifer's not there to be a genie in a fucking bottle, for example. So these spirits, these shadow beings, will very often manifest for you, sometimes as a challenge, like fear. You know, it's a spooky image in your environment that you maybe run to get help with or whatever. Or they might manifest as a savior. But you should always be not second guessing yourself, but in a similar way, always looking behind the curtain a little bit. These beings are reflections of the part of you won't look at or deal with or admit, or that you keep secret from the world, somewhere in that direction. Sometimes you're very aware of them, but you hide them from the world, and not in a way that is healthy. Sometimes it's an unhealthy kind of secret. You haven't integrated this aspect of yourself. Maybe you grow up in a Christian Christian family, and they come down on you a lot about your sexuality. Maybe you're straight as an arrow, but you masturbate and they don't like that. Maybe you're one of the rainbow people, no, I'm kidding, one of the LGBTQ plus type people, and I'm sorry. Maybe you're in the spectrum of difference.
There are those people here?
Maybe you're someone of gender whatever. That's awesome. Do that again. Maybe you're of gender XYZAB plus 1, and they are going to give you grief over it. Not in a playful, cutesy way like we're doing, but in a literal, like, you must be ashamed. Well, what happens? What happens to you when that happens?
You develop kinks.
You're taught worse than kinks. Kinks aren't a problem. You develop fear and hatred and loathing of yourself. That's one of the things that every religion does. It teaches you you're broken. And in the process of being broken, they tell you how to fix yourself. They're selling you your own watch back to you. So they're basically breaking your hand and then saying, here's a cast, but you got to sign up for monthly installments and you got to tithe and all this crap. I'm not saying that you can't, that you don't need to do things. I'm not saying that you're fine the way you are in the normal sense. I'm saying there's always progress going on, but there's nothing wrong with you in the first place. You're not broken. You're exactly, it's not a bug, it's a feature of your experience. So stop thinking that there's something wrong with you. But that's what our reality does to us.
We're not the misfit toys because we're broken. We're the misfit toys because we're not like all the others.
Yeah. That's why the word's misfit, not broken. That's all. You're not broken. I don't care what your sin is. I don't care how bad it is. I don't care what it is. And I mean that. You're not broken. And this is actually where the Christians get the whole idea of the unending love of God. It's a perversion on the idea that you're not broken. But they turn it into a religious axiom whatever. God loves you so much. And that's why he's so pissed at you and you have to improve and tithe and do all this religious shit. Oh, gag me with a fucking crucifix. Come on. She wants to know her God. Yeah, but anyway. Well, I said gag me with a crucifix. Typo negative. Christian woman. Listen to it. You'll understand. But yeah, so that's what happens. And it creates a shadow. And this is not a new thing. It's not a Christian thing at all. This is as old as the model came off the line when the first caveman said, "Ugh, ugh, you do zug zug wrong." Shadow. Boom, shadow appeared. Boom. Moment that happens, there's your apple in the Garden of Eden thing again. As Eddie and I spoke once recently, I think it was that, or was it? No, it was, maybe it wasn't. Or maybe it came up when Eddie was on when we were talking to Adam Knox last week. What was the first thing Adam and Eve did after eating the apple? They were ashamed. They saw they were naked. They put clothes on. They were ashamed. That shadow, shame is the casting of the shadow. It's one of the biggest ones. And then fear and all of these things are a part of that. Fear leads to shame, or does shame lead to fear? I'll let you figure that one out. Is it fear that leads to shame or shame that leads to fear?
It's a circle.
Yeah, sure, it could be. In any given situation, do you feel shame because you're afraid you're going to get caught? Or you're afraid you're going to get caught and that's why you're ashamed? Right? So anyway, the shadow people are, for lack of a better term, egregoric in the sense that if you do the history, if you look back, there's no proof of origin. Like Asmodee, we can trace all of that back to Shima Deva, and that's a demon from I suddenly forget. But it was worked into the Christian current, into the Solomonic magic current, all of that. Yeah, was it not Zoroaster, but was it Zoroaster? Anyway, don't worry about it. Look it up. But Ashmadeva was also, there was a goddess from, I don't remember the culture again. It was one of the lost ones spoken of in the Bible. That was Ashima, Ashima, and it was a goddess of fate. Is that the true origin of Ashmadeva? Maybe, maybe not. I'm not trying to say that, but my point is you can't find, for the shadow people, the first shadow. Yes, there's Erebus. Yes, there's Nyx. Yes, there's these gods that are about darkness. Yes, there is, which is the one that's in the abyss? Not Apollo, obviously. Oh, for goodness sake. It starts with an A, and I think E.A. Quetting did a book about him like 3 books ago. Anyway.
Amadeus.
Abaddon. And you have Karanzan and all of these things, but that's not, are they the origin? What is the rightful origin? Even Legion isn't the rightful origin. Legion isn't the first time the Shadow people show up. Don't read my book and say that just because I call it Legion, that was the first time a Shadow person appeared to people and that's how we know them. That's ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. It was just a thing that this experience had and it's a thing that I had as an experience that says that fits the archetype a little bit. And it's a cool story and it sounds scary and it represents the shadow of all of humanity. That's why we call him Legion. Cool. It's a cool idea. That's what it is. And if you go back far enough, you can go to ancient Sumeria. And they have their own underworld and their own dark gods and their own this and that. Is that where they're from? No. They preclude all of that, just like the gods are created by people. You've got to stop putting the cart before the horse. Stop being theistic. Recognize that gods can be completely real, but also created by us. They can be incredibly powerful and help shape our world, but ultimately, what we see is a creation of us because we're also a creation of us. You have no idea your power. None.
Electricity, lighting shaped our world. We created it. We created the bridges. We created concrete and all that shit. Well, concrete structures.
Look, we built the roads before taxes is all I'm saying. All right. Yeah.
You know, one thing that... So I admittedly haven't gotten into the Shadow Current at all, but through digging around online for some stories and everything, actually I've got an interesting thing to pop in about that later. The Hat Man is really freaking common.
Oh yeah. There's a reason. If you look out so what does the Hat Man represent?
Isn't it...
At least the way I've identified.
So I haven't actually gotten to your book on it, but isn't the Hat Man to do with yeah, I know I'm doing my job so bad. I'm not on brand. Isn't he supposed to represent childhood, things involving children?
That's a VK thing. I'm not saying he's entirely wrong. I'm going to say this. This is what I wrote. The Hat Man is probably the most commonly cited recognizable shadow being. The fact that he wears a hat stands out, as I am not aware of any other shadow being that does. The style of hat, or hat-like object, can be wide-brimmed, cowboy style, for example, bowlers or top hats. Some have suggested he may be related to Baron Samedi. While there is some obvious similarities, I do not think this is correct. The Hat Man has also been known to wear almost exclusively a trench coat or a long coat or shroud of some kind, similar to, in fact, the way Ranzael, but with a hat instead of a hood. It's hard to read in the dark. His voice tends to be accusatory or conspiratorial, like he is inviting you to go rob a bank with him or betray someone. Now, the Hat Man is a betrayer. He's the Inquisitor. He's vain. He's probably the most recognizable shadow in our urban mythology. In my personal work with this being, he is quite malevolent and detestable in a lot of ways. He delights in tormenting people by exposing them, embarrassing them, or making people fall victim to their own vanity or prejudices. My own experience with him was more limited than Ranzael or the other ones. Anyway, there was a good important part. So he is also, in his correspondences, are betrayal, vanity, vice, addiction, dishonesty, theft, despair, self-mutilation, toxic arrogance, cowardice, racism, intolerance, and bigotry. Those last three are probably the reason why he's so prominent now. That's not because racism, intolerance, or bigotry are at an all-time high and we have to blame Whitey. It's actually the opposite. The shadow of human bigotry has led to the epic response of combination of wokeness and the response to that, which is a resurgence of a response to what I would consider true tolerance. Instead of people being truly tolerant, people are fighting over what that means now. And so it's become like this. Everybody is suddenly virtue signaling how not racist they are, because they're actually really fucking racist deep down. The only reason you'd virtue signal that is because you're a fucking racist deep inside. Or you have been and you're scared and ashamed of it. I have never met someone in my personal life who wasn't constantly virtue signaling how woke and tolerant they were if they didn't have a history of being an asshole about it. Everybody in my formal friends list that I've known in real life, little aside, I grew up as a minority in my own neighborhood. I was the only white dude on the block. Actually, I had a white neighbor downstairs, but that was it. Me and this kid, that was it. And I was never like left out. Like nobody treated me badly. And I integrated at a young age because of that. And so growing up, I always had a pretty healthy integrated friends list, we'll say. As I got older though, of course, because people segregate whether they mean to or not, it just happens. Over time, especially after high school, I lost touch with a lot of those people. But most of the friends that I ended up with were people that literally were never integrated that way. And they were racist as the day is long, but they were little r racist for the most part. To me, there's big R racist, which means you literally hate and are prideful of yourself and hate other people because you think they're inferior because of the way they look or something.
So
and little r racist is...
Everybody take a shot. We denoted capitalization of words. It's now a magical podcast.
It's a magical podcast. Little r racists, on the other hand, are people that are mostly just ignorant or insensitive. They don't realize that they're doing something that someone might take issue with. Little r racism can't be demonized. I'm sorry, you can't, and you shouldn't. Same thing with little b bigotry and little m misogyny and all that. These are things that they would call them microaggressions or shit like that. We don't do that. I think that's just further creating a shadow when you do that. You're creating a new religion of tolerance that makes it much worse. Instead of everybody integrating and going, hey, you're a lot like me. Hey, you're a little different, but I respect that difference. Hey, we got this in common. We don't have that in common. This is what makes us cool. Look, you cook with different spices than I do. Wow, that's really fucking good. Yeah, I like your stir-fried shit. Yeah, I like your overly greasy American food. Yeah, I like this. And everybody just learns to appreciate one another. We go, oh, we don't dare. We don't dare. Don't you dare, white person, dress like that other culture. Don't you fucking... Oh, my God. Shadow!
Oh, man. I recently saw this stand-up bit by... For the life of me, I cannot remember his fucking name. Comedian, Indian dude. He had a really fucking great bit about, in the same vein as what you're talking about right now, about just I'll have to dig it up and send it to you later. I'll post it on the Discord when I find it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, there's so many layers to this onion. I'm reading Eddie's post. He's making some very intelligent points. There's so many layers to this onion that the denial of racism is also the shadow. And that masks itself with this wokeness. That wokeness is, fuck that. There's people I'm talking about that I'm so mad at. Like, you can hear it in my voice. I'm pissed at these people. They were the people that when I was growing up, okay, I would take the train home. And every now and then I'd oversleep and I'd end up like in a town like Wyandanch. And anybody on Long Island knows what Wyandanch means. It's like Compton or something. It's like, it's a little, So I would go there, totally fine with it, waiting at the train station. I'd call my friend like, hey dude, could you pick me up? I missed my spot. Could you come get me? I don't want to have to call a taxi. And you live like not too far from here. And so he'd come and he'd pick me up. And one time I was there and it was pouring rain and I'm in the little train house thing because I'm in a very, urban kind of area. I'm in the little overhang that they had and we're all under there and I'm sharing a cigarette with people. And yeah, they happen to not be white like me. Okay, obviously. And I didn't hesitate. In fact, I was offering people cigarettes because I grew up in a neighborhood where I learned you be friendly with people. And one of the best ways to make friends, especially back then, was hand them a fucking cigarette. I don't know what the equivalent would be today because you're all on those freaking electric dildo things that shoot foam in your mouth.
You pass Satan's USB stick to them.
So yeah. But back then it was like, offer a light. If you see somebody lined up, offer a light. Offer a cigarette. Ask for a cigarette. Do something to break that ice. And so I did. And I made friends with pretty much everybody real quick while standing there. And it was legitimate. Like, we were fucking talking. We had stuff in common. People were like, oh, wow, this goth white dude is talking to us. Like, it's not. And to me, it wasn't a big deal. It really wasn't. And we're having a good time. And, like, we're laughing and joking. My friend pulls up. and I can't even say what he said. Even in quotes, someone will take it out of context and try to cancel me. The thing he said to me was so atrociously racist. And it wasn't little r racist. It wasn't a joke racist. Like, you could tell a racist joke. I don't think anybody should, have a problem with the occasional, joke. We told them all the time.
If it's said in good faith, like there's a fucking difference, As you're saying, there's a difference between big R and little R.
There's a deep difference. There's a big, deep difference, dude. There really is. Do you truly see yourself as superior? Yeah, maybe you should take a minute. Refrain. Yeah. Think about yourself a little bit.
It's like when it's like I had a thing recently where I told a gay joke, and as a person very rainbowy, they weren't aware of that or anything, so it came off as if I was very much putting people down. But yeah, it's like, where the fuck was I going with this? You and I, I'm preaching to the choir, but there's definitely a difference of, we'll make fucking gay jokes to one another. I don't give a fuck, because I know it's in good faith, but the moment somebody tells the exact same fucking gay joke, word for word, with hate in their heart, I'm going to jump totally down different. Your fucking throat.
Totally
Hell
different.
No.
When my black friends would call me the white boy, I didn't care.
Yeah.
When the guy didn't know that was their friend, like, what's this white boy saying? I'd be like, excuse me? And they would jump in with me like, don't say that. You didn't earn the right to talk to him that way. You don't know him. That's the truth. Careful with your familiarity. You learn when you grow up in the neighborhoods how to act. You know what goes over the line. You learn, don't start nothing, won't be nothing. It wasn't just something that was said by who was it? Fresh Prince or whatever in Men in Black. And Wyatt says, in the words of George Carlin, white guys will never be cooler than black guys. It's the law of nature. Rest in peace, best comedian on earth. It took me a long time to appreciate him, but damn was that motherfucker Luciferian. I love George Carlin now. I could listen to him all day long.
Love that dude.
So this guy, he picks me up and he says, like, DH, you're the only white guy I know that could end up in the middle of wine dance and make friends with all the word.
I think we all know what you're pointing at. God damn.
And he wasn't kidding. Like, he meant that, like, in the most brutally racist way that I can imagine. I got mad at him. I didn't speak to him for the rest of the way. I'm like, fuck you, man. What the fuck? But then I realized, you know what? Don't even judge his ignorance. Just fucking, he'll never know. He'll never understand. And he would even argue that he had a black friend. He would use that, I have a black friend. Not to be this guy, but that black friend wasn't like what I was hanging out with right there. Not that there's when I say he wasn't, I don't mean it like that. I'm stumbling over my own words, because how do you say something so stupid? Like, how do you fucking different? I see him as people anyway. I see people as people. People are people. And when you're trying to freaking divide everybody around, but he would have said, well, I got a black friend. It doesn't give you the right to be a dick about it. Now, a joke is a joke.
When you just heard something
but this
fucking racist when it's or fucking
hard
bigoted,
racist.
let me say that, when it's no, I have a blank friend.
Yes, that's a pretty good example of when you know. I hope I never catch myself saying that in defense of anything I say, because I will say off-color jokes, I will say bigoted jokes, but they're obviously jokes, especially to the length I take them. It's obviously a joke, because I know how bad it is. That's why I'm saying it sometimes. You'll never catch me saying it on air. But I hope that the people that I'm friends with would get it and be like, who was it that said back in the 90s, you know why we make so many jokes about racism? Because racism is a joke. I forget which comedian that was, but I fucking love that.
I feel like if you have to fall back on the, no, you don't understand, I have X friends, then you're a fucked up bigot. If you can't defend yourself with, like, well, no, let's pick this apart. Like, why is what I said, like, let's pick this apart. Like, I did not mean it like that, and this is all. If you can't defend it with logic or whatnot, if you have to fall back on that, then you probably are just fucked up.
Yes. I mean, I've had friends, like, when I was as fat as a fat could fucking fat be, that would call me fat in the right and I would laugh my ass off. But if somebody comes, hey, you fat fuck, I'm like, ooh, you're going to catch an elbow if I can catch you. You know, I mean, it's like totally different. And you know what I'm talking about. Because you even said to me, like, no, I give you the pass to say the things that I don't even like saying them. Unless, like, it's like right in the, like, you know, when I set you up to tell a joke, I'm like, now, please understand this is just a joke. I'm like completely overly sensitive about it because I'm like, I don't want to say something and be misconstrued. So
DH Thorne gets the F word pass with me.
That's right. And I'll never use it often, sometimes. So anyway, so this dude now, fast forward 10, 15 years later, and I won't talk to him anymore. Again, look at his friend circle, 95 to 99%, all segregated, if you know what I mean. And his posts are frequently these woke statements about this and that. And it's really coming from a place of shadow. It's coming from a place of guilt. He's trying to make up for his own feelings of superiority and racistness, etc. Yeah, maybe he's seen the light. Good for him. Yay, good for you. Yay, you figured out that you were an asshole all this time. Now you're doing the same thing that an abuser does after they've abused you for 3 days straight. They'll come back and make you fucking dinner and treat you like you're golden so they can abuse you again next week. Yeah, you don't trust these fuckers.
Yeah, you know, so like, speaking as somebody in the Rainbow Alliance,
dude, don't even joke. When we play fucking, we gotta play that again. We play fucking
as soon as
Sea of Thieves. Tell the Sea of Thieves story.
I fucking don't give a shit about Gay Pride Month, but as soon as
I know you don't. That's what made it so good.
Know, but as soon as Gay Pride Month rolls around again, I've got to be on Sea of Thieves, fucking screaming out with my megaphone to fucking everybody like.
I love that shit.
It's illegal to be fucking straight during Gay Pride. But yeah, no,
I love that shit. I think it's funny as fuck. That's exactly the right way to be, man. And if people find offense at that, like, relax. He's just kidding. Relax. Like, he wouldn't have me on the boat, guys, if he had a problem with this.
Yeah, so, like, don't get me wrong.
Wait, does that mean I'm your, like, when you're hanging out with, like, the rainbow people, do you go, like, oh, no, I got a not rainbow friend? Yeah, am I that guy?
No, dude, guys, I got a straight friend. It's okay for me to say this.
Oh my god. Okay, does that not put it in perspective for a lot of you right now? Hearing that, does that not put into perspective for you right now how stupid it is that you sound when you say that shit?
Oh, fucking breeders.
No, don't joke about it, because I had a friend, he came out to me when we were in high school, and he was like my best fucking friend ever, and he actually kind of, because I'm not ashamed to admit, I had a little touch of bigotry growing up with that, because I was very Christian growing up. So it's like, I don't know about this guy. He came out to me in such a touching way. I don't mean he hit on me. I mean, he trusted me, right? And he's like, you've been my friend, and I know you're going to protect me, and you're not going to hit. And by the time he told me, we already knew, but it's like he finally admitted it. And it touched me in a way that was like, I will never betray this kid. I will never betray this kid. I will beat up anybody who gives him a hard time for this. And I'll do it in front of their family, in front of I don't give a fuck. So he became one of my best friends forever. And then he ends up moving to Florida. But before he moved to Florida, he moved to Delaware, which was really bigoted against gay people, by the way. That is like the Northeast redneck country, like parts of Delaware. Okay. Like they go, bang, 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 as they're mowing their lawns and shit. It's bad. So they gave him a real hard time, and they put a chip on his shoulder, so to speak. He goes down to Florida, where it's completely embraced, and he falls in with the culture of wokeness that was there even in the 90s. And he comes back calling me a breeder with like this attitude. I'm like, you remember when I was like saying I would fucking, dent people's foreheads for you? Like, where do you get off treating me like that now? There's nothing wrong with me, So that was part of the source of our conflict. But
oh man,
yeah, I mean, I know you're kidding. I'm just saying, like that.
Yeah.
That broke my fucking heart,
Yeah, fuck.
But we would joke. Like if he was joking, it would have been fine. But he meant it a little bit, and it bothered me. We joke around a lot. Like I would go and like I'd look out the window because my friends would be coming like after taking a shower, and I'm used to like when dudes in a room, you don't worry as much about that. So I'd be there with like a towel on and my crack would hang out for a split second. I'd be like, you were looking at my ass, weren't you? You know, like making it funny. And it was fine. Like we would joke about that stuff, but there was a line, right? And we knew where the line was. It was just, we knew, like you're not seriously talking shit, but yeah.
Yeah. And
but
to wrap what I was pointing at though, is like the fucking, not that it's bad or anything, but the people who are now celebrating like, oh yeah, you're bi, you're gay, and I fucking support you for that. It's like, okay, thank you. But you know, the people that I appreciate so much more, it's people it's just, oh, okay, you're bi. So are we gonna play basketball or what? Like,
exactly.
the fucking sky's blue.
You know what I
What
wanted
the
to
fuck?
say? You know when you realize you've made it, when you don't need a fucking flag anymore.
Yeah.
When you don't need special terms
Yeah,
anymore. When
fuck
you
the
can
flag.
walk
I'm
around.
a goddamn person.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. That's how I've always tried to feel about it. I'm not saying I have to try that hard to feel that way. You have to tell me why you're not like me in order for me to give a shit that you're not like me. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm so self-centered, I don't give a fuck what you're like is the Luciferian side of what I'm saying. I don't care what's wrong with you because I already know I'm perfect. All right? That's a little left-hand joke. No, but I mean, it wouldn't even come up to me to even talk about it. I mean, how often do I go, oh yeah, I was absolutely destroying my wife the other night. It was fucking great. I'm so straight. Oh my God. Like, what the fuck, guys? I'm sure we're gonna get some LOLs after that one. Do I need to do that? No.
I would think
don't
you were
feel
so
the need to do
insecure
that.
if you did.
Right?
Oh my
Exactly. How fucking demented do you have to be to like? Now I give a pass a little bit because in the 90s in particular, it's not like it is today. Back in the 90s, you could get your fucking forehead pushed in, your teeth pushed down your throat because you liked something other than straight.
Yeah.
Okay? And there was a time when I didn't like it because I was already way ahead of that. I was like, can we just treat people like people? Why do we need parades for this? That bothered me because it felt like special treatment. I didn't like that. It didn't feel like it was really that helpful. But I get it. I didn't argue against it because I'm like, you know what? It is a kind of justice. Let's give them some fucking, leave them alone. When I say them, let people do this stuff. If it helps normalize it. Yeah, go ahead.
I feel like historically, and I'm speaking from the rainbow perspective, but I feel like it kind of goes with a lot of things. Maybe it goes from a point where it's fucking hated, and then it goes to a stage where it's tolerated, 80s, 90s in this case, and then it swings to celebrated. But celebrated is just throwing it to the fucking like too far in the opposite direction. I just don't want it to be a thing. It's just like, oh, okay, yeah, that's. Are we trying to play basketball or what?
Yeah,
Blue,
it's
dude.
on some level, especially after a certain age, right? I think when you're younger and it's still a thing that's kind of like scary and you don't know, like I can get why people might, when they're younger, make a bigger deal out of it, up to a point. I think, and not only that, one of the things that is problematic, God, I hate that word, I'm using it. One of the things that's problematic about what you're describing is that it's beyond normalization. Now it's a thing to what's the word I'm looking for? People will see it as a way to get attention now. And it becomes a self-replicating problem. It not only does it invert the bigotry a little bit, but now it becomes a thing where kids who, or young adults who maybe aren't, or they're only a little, or whatever it is, they will seek that attention and support and and it's actually harmful. It's not healthy for people. This is why the taboo of sexuality is such a bad taboo, right? This is why making sexuality a taboo in the first place has done so much damage to us. Because instead of people going, I like this, and it's just like liking chocolate rather than vanilla, instead of people seeing it that way, it's got to be the people who like vanilla are normal, and these people are rainbow. The fuck is wrong with you? Why do you even think that way?
I like what Eddie said about it. Celebration is the last stage before acceptance, just like Chinese food in America. We went through a time where it was hated, then tolerated, then celebrated. Now it's just food.
I mean, can I be honest? Chinese food isn't Chinese food. It's basically American
Yeah,
stuff with some Chinese flavors
if
in it.
if you're going to Panda Express, that's Americanized. Yeah, that's
That's not.
Americanized Chinese.
As
Yeah, it's
someone who's had
influenced.
real Chinese food, it's like someone who has real Spanish food. They're like, no, 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 Taco Bell is not Spanish food, guys. It's not.
Okay, we've been riffing on this for a while. You want to get to the next shadow story?
Yes, I think that's important because I think, look, we're not losing viewers, but I don't want. Look, I've already gone down in my subs again a little bit because I've been a little inactive because I've been busy. So there's probably I bet you there's going to be some downvotes on this video tonight. I thought Thorne was really shut up! Don't put me on a pedestal, bitches. But yes, I'll finish with saying this. That's why the Hat Man is so rampantly seen so much more than all the others, because this motherfucker has been brewing in our culture in the West, in the United States, but around the world. People are like, oh, only white people have this problem. Motherfucker, go to any other country. They have their horrendous bigotry practices as well. In a lot of cases, it's a lot worse. I gotta tell you. I really gotta. As someone who's pretty multicultural in general, trust me, okay? It's not unique or special here. It's just not. It's not even more systemized here. It's just that we are told that it's worse here. It's part of a bigger thing. So I'm glad we're working on it, but that's all I'm going to say. I'm going to fart on it and just leave it at that. That's it. All right, so let's move on. So we had another story.
Hold on.
What? You got a good fart? Oh, that was... Ooh. I mean, at least it didn't sound sloppy. It just sounded like there was a lot of slapping going on. That's pretty good.
Ooh, if that doesn't categorize as sloppy to you, then I think you need to have a speech with your doctor.
It wasn't juicy enough. It was just long. It was just a happening.
Fair. Okay. So this one comes to us from somebody who is currently in chat. This one comes to us by none other than the great and powerful Tatum. And she did say that I could credit her with this.
Okay. So, I like Tatum's stories.
So Tatum says, here is an occurrence that happened in November 2019. I've experienced a lot of weird things, but this is one of the most vivid and creepiest, is the shadow beings.
Someone should isolate that, because here's this badass voice. Blah 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 blah. I'm awesome.
I gotta get into this reading vibe, the narration.
Hey Flush, how much would I have to pay you to do my books on tape and not cough? To be my audible voice.
Oh, dude, I edit audio. I can cut out the coughing. You would never know.
True.
Okay, so the creepiest is the shadow beings. One night, I went to bed, 2:30 a.m., and I was trying to calm down and drift off to sleep, but I had a nagging feeling of being watched. I was alone in the room, and the only light was a salt lamp on my bed. Now, in our bedroom, it's an odd setup. The sink and mirror by the closet, but the bathroom door is opposite of it. From our bed, you can see both doors. The bathroom was cracked open, and nothing but darkness was coming out of it, and it got a lot worse. Before my eyes, a long, pointed, fingered hand made of total shadowy darkness wrapped around the edge of the door, like something tall was peering in. I jolted out of bed, turned on the lights, and ran out to the living room and told my husband what had happened. He went to check to make sure it wasn't an intruder. Yet it was one, because I was trying to go to sleep. I grabbed some incense and let the smoke clear the air of the bedroom and bathroom. I went back to bed after calming down. Afterwards, I kept thinking, what was this thing? Later on, as fate would have it, I came across the Shadownomicon by D.H. Thorne a year later, and whilst reading, I came to realize it was one of the peepers who had visited me that night. I've also seen the hooded one, But I guess that will be a story for another time. Thank you.
Good story. You know, I like that one because that's how a lot of people will see things. They won't know what the hell it is most of the time because for the most part, when people have a shadow person experience, the vastest of majority of times, I'm going to say at least 80 to 90% of it. And of course, you know, 90% of people who use fractions are completely making it up. But I would guess, you know, a large proportion of people who see shadows don't see an embodied shadow. That means they don't see a figure or a hand or anything like that, let alone eyes. Most of the time, when people see a shadow person, it's movement out of the corner of their eye. When they look, it's not there. And the movement's always shadowy. It's always dark. Now, some could argue that it might be floaters. And I've heard this argument made a few times, especially, you know, when I'm here at night and I've got most of the lights out and I'm working on my computer, but the lighting is just right. The floaters will appear more at the edges of my visions because of just the way the light is. And I'll notice the little shadows on my retinas more. And I'll be like, oh, that's what it was. It was that. But there is a feeling that accompanies it. Just seeing movement is not enough. The movement, very well. In fact, I'm even willing to be that guy who would say that even the manifestation of shadow you saw could be an optical illusion. It's fine. I don't need the shadow to manifest as a literal fucking shadow for it to be real. This is where we've got to, as people doing what we do, we've got to reach across the aisle to that skeptical side and say they're not wrong either. There is a very likely element of what I often say, magic takes the path of least rational resistance. What I mean by that is the path it takes is going to be the most rational one, is what I really mean. In other words, it's going to be the least amount of resistance to natural law that it takes. If you look and you see a shadow person, but it's actually a manifestation of a floater, that doesn't mean it wasn't a shadow person. It just means that you saw the floater, then you became aware of the presence. Or you were aware of the presence, then the floater was there, and that is what your imagination's writing. It's complicated sounding, but it's really simple.
It's the same with synchronicity.
Yes.
Just because it was a tree that fell in the woods doesn't mean the tree falling in the woods wasn't significant. It was just the easiest method for that message to get across.
Right. Exactly. Just because when I was doing a ritual and I asked for a sign from the spirits, just because it was obviously a windy night and the tree branch hit my window at that exact moment and it was caused by a windy night and a tree branch, doesn't mean it didn't happen exactly when I needed it to have that experience.
Maybe the universe just compelled you to do that ritual on that windy night specifically so that it could blow that branch over, something. Like,
yada yada.
Yeah.
Exactly. Allow the experience to be legit even if you can explain it away. Okay. So, but again, a lot of the time you will have these feelings of movement in the corners of your vision. You'll go to look and they won't be there. Now, Thunder Strikes, who was on the Art Bell show in 2001 when they talked about this, he said, and I don't know enough about, you know, Aboriginal, Native American, whatever, you know, mysticism, because it's not a monolith, right? There's what, thousands of Aboriginal tribes in America, if you really want to ask the question, right? And they all have their own beliefs and customs. Well, this one specific branch of belief said that humans actually have more than 2 eyes, more than 3 eyes, more than 4 eyes. I think it's like 7 eyes, something like that. And two of them are on the sides of our head because it's the animal. It's the since
prey.
we are brothers. Yeah, it's like the prey animal's eyes, but they're spiritual eyes, and they're there. But we are more in the front because we are more closely related spiritually to what. Anyway, so the spiritual eyes of like the horse or whatever is what sees them. The prey eyes, the ones that's more aware, and so they see them, and so we see them out of the corners of our eyes. Okay, fair. That's a really cool superstitious explanation, and I don't think it's completely wrong. That is to say, obviously, something that feeds off of fear is going to also probably manifest in your experience through parts of your consciousness that are most likely to be scared. You're most likely to be scared when something startles you out of the corner of your eye than when it pops up in your face, unless it's so absolutely mind-bendingly wrong that it's in your face. I'll give you an example. When I was a kid, my mom one time, She scared me. I was like 4 years old, 5 years old, something like that. I was really young. And she was doing this thing where she put the blankets over her head and she was going peekaboo. And one time she pulled it down and went, "I'm not your mother." And when you're a little kid and your brain is so fluid and flexible and plastic, when she did that, her face turned into the witch from the Wicked Witch of the West with red eyes, glowing green. I swear to God, that's what I saw. And I literally crapped my pants a little bit. I had to go change them. I'm not kidding. It scared me that bad. Okay. Now, there was more to it than that if we want to talk about stuff that I'm not going to talk about. But, yeah. So, hallucination's valid too. Okay. Now, if that happened, yes, that's like right in your face. Okay. But if you're an adult, adjusted, integrated individual, chances are, even me today, if I'm doing a ritual and a fucking demon face comes in out of my fucking curtain here and I see it right in front of me, I'm not going to lie, my asshole is going to be able to cut diamonds. That's how fucking tight it's going to clench because I'm like, what the fuck? But I'm also not going to run away from it. I'm going to be like, oh, okay, all right. It's going to be more like you're going over a roller coaster. You're like, whoa, this is cool. What the fuck? So it's not going to have that same existential fear that I would have if I didn't know what I was doing, right? I've had weird shit happen, not quite that level, but I've had weird shit happen, okay, that's made my spine tingle, that's made me jump in ritual and stuff. Totally normal, totally acceptable. I would expect it after a certain point, okay? Honestly, if you're doing it sincerely enough, sooner or later, that's going to happen, stuff like that.
Yeah, I feel like you can't go into like you can't start working with spirits if you're going to be like, please give me a manifestation. Just don't make it creepy and don't actually appear and creep me out. Like don't put too many
I got it. No,
classifications.
I'm gonna throat check you here for a second.
Oh,
that's actually
okay.
what.
That's how you mean it. Okay, we're not talking about.
Well,
okay.
Was that a rainbow thing? Because
never mind. Moving on. Okay. So cut. Yeah. Harder, Daddy.
Okay. So if you look in the old grimoires, okay, what does it always say? Like in the Megaton, the Lesser Key of Solomon, when it tells you how to conjure the spirits of the Goetia, what does it tell you? It's always written in appear before me in a pleasant shape. It almost always has that in there. Okay. That's kind of what it's saying. It's saying, don't scare me. Okay. Please don't scare me. Be kind to me. Be nice to me. So everybody's lolling because they know the joke that I'm not getting. I'm not a boomer, guys, but I don't always get these non-boomer jokes. You know what I mean? I'm a dad. What do you want?
I think they're laughing because I moaned harder, Daddy, over the choking thing while you were speaking.
I didn't actually hear that. Wow, I must be really into myself. I didn't hear that.
I must have said something really funny.
Oh, Christ almighty and Jesus on a Ritz. All right. So Tatum, what you probably experienced was probably, and we've talked about this actually on our last class. Oh, by our crap segment, since we're talking about my class. So Tatum is a member of my class that we do pretty much every Monday. It's been going really well so far. And during the last class, we talked a little bit about hallucinatory experience. Pretty much everybody admitted to knowing what that was and having them. And the beauty of that, I won't go into that whole lecture. Maybe someday I'll make that one public again. That's probably be a good one to make public.
I want to note that somebody gave the suggestion it should be the By Our Fart segment.
Excellent. By our fart. Yes, we'll have to fart in a jar. Everyone else is doing... Oh, is that the long one? Yep. Nice. That's nice. What? Nifty. Yeah, so by our fart, everyone else is doing like slut water. I'm going to fart in a jar and be like, oh no, this is the sulfurous scent of the infernal realms. And I'm going to market it under like another pseudonym, like this is my infernal stuff. Like all the theists can buy it and be like, ooh, Satan's closet. It's going to be nice. All right, anyway. So I have a feeling, especially if you were half asleep or whatever, I wouldn't doubt that you were having what you might have. Like maybe it was like that almost hallucinatory experience because you're near sleep. You're kind of dozing off. That doesn't mean it wasn't there. Remember, my position on reality is very flexible. It doesn't mean it wasn't there. It just means that let's put it where it belongs in context. Let's remember not to be superstitious about it and say, Because I have people that come to me and they're superstitious about this. And they will argue that unless you see them with your eyes somehow, they weren't there, or unless they look a certain way that they're not real, and that goes for any kind of spirit. I mean, demons, anything, right? They have a very mechanical, materialistic perspective on the spirit world. It's really sad, actually. Okay, they're not okay with their reality being illusory, but yeah. So, all right, so that's that one. Smell of salt water and oatmeal. Raul Fernandez, I don't know what farts are like in your neck of the woods, but that's, yeah,
you might want to talk to a doctor.
I mean, at least go to WebMD, is all I'm saying.
You have asshole cancer.
I mean, I'm even going to say Wyatt's response wasn't as bad. Wyatt said smell of alcohol, blood, and shame. Look, that's even less weird, to be honest, than the smell of salt water and oatmeal.
I've had a couple karaoke nights where that's what it was like the next day. So, yeah.
Right? I mean, look, I get bloody noses. I smell blood all the time, and it's usually mine.
Fuck, dude. I've been taking so many allergy pills, and this is still what I'm like, dude.
Maybe that's why you were tired. You tell me how nauseous you are. That's probably why.
No, I'm taking the non-drowsy shit, although I'm going to take one of the sleepy time ones here soon. Later, I mean. But they drive me up so much, I might just pop a bloody nose tonight. So
I got work on at 7 or 8 in the morning on Saturday, and I'm still nocturnal. Like, I went to sleep last night at 4 in the morning.
Oh God!
On Saturday, yeah, I'm going to help out the family for 2 days a week for a little while. I keep doing it for the whole year because you know what's funny, when you don't have to do it, you don't mind doing it. Isn't that funny? Like, I could anytime be like, yeah, I don't need to come back. I'm good. I got enough money again. Blah blah blah. Like, it's not my only job now, so like I feel like I don't mind going to it. But then again, having to get up at 7 in the damned morning, oh fuck you.
Yep. Oh, fucking say, oh, yeah. 7. Oh, let me a tiny violin for you, my friend. I'm just giving you a hard time. I understand.
No, I know, because for most people that's not that bad. Most people are like, what? I get up at 4 in the morning. I'm like, I go to bed at 4 in the morning. But what I will say, for those of you who it's not bad for, okay, you get up at 4, 5, 6 in the morning. Try getting up at like 10 at night. That's what it's like for me. So, you know, Flesh, what time do you usually go to bed where you are? Latest midnight, probably.
Ooh,
I would guess.
Man, what time do I go to bed, or what time should I be going to bed?
Well, either one, really.
I should be going to bed 14 minutes ago. Sorry, I should be asleep 14 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's right. You work in like in a termite processing plant, and they do that shit early, don't they?
Yeah, I have to wake up at 5 in the morning. I have to be at work at 6 in the morning. So if I want 8 hours of sleep, I have another job asleep 14 minutes ago.
So imagine you have another job this Saturday where you've got to be up now. That's like what it's like for me.
Yeah, hell no. Wow.
Yeah, well, I mean, you'd think that I would just stay up, but I can't do that because once the sun starts to rise, I'm like a vampire. I literally go, I can't stand it. I got to go to bed. I can't fucking stand it. I hate that. Yet at the same time, I like waking up at like 9, 10 in the morning and seeing the whole day and the night. Yeah, so like if I wake up at 9 in the morning, I'm up till 3 in the morning.
It's
like,
the duality of man.
Oh, my God, I'm non-dual no matter what I do. Yeah. Okay. So while you're getting ready to inject your fluids there into your magical,
I'm about to create the lung butter, yo.
Yeah. My wife hates it when you say lung butter. I remember one time when I quit smoking, that's how I described what was coming up for like the first month after I quit smoking.
Oh, right.
Was black lung butter. And she's like, like she literally got like sick just hearing it. Like, what? Lung butter? What? Really?
Sorry, lung.
Like, you should imagine having it come out of you.
Right.
You know, like in those, in those animes where like they fight the black tar monster? Like, that's what it's like when you quit smoking. Like, it's coming out of you like that. It's like, what is that? Oh, it's like all sticky and weird. And
yeah, you're purging.
It fights against the. It fights against the flow of the water when you try to, like, wash it down the sink. It like goes upstream instead. It's like, what is this? Yeah, it's bad business. All right, so I think we have like 2 more stories. So let's rattle those. Thank you, Tatum. That was good component.
I've got at least 2. So I'm gonna read this and then I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. I tell you what, you know, you know the person that wrote this, and it's probably going to be an easy guess, but I'm going to make you guess for it. So this one was sent to
Well,
someone.
no, was it the one that said please keep me anonymous, or was it the other one?
No, 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 no. This one, the person is totally fine with knowing, having their
Okay.
identity known, but I'm gonna make you guess. I'll reveal it at the end. It should be pretty fucking obvious, I hope, though. So, hold on, let me get in the. My
Don't
job.
cough.
All right, I won't. My job site lies just on the outskirts of where DH has placed many of the Legion
Who
stickers.
the fuck is this?
The center of the formation is a stone's throw away, leading up to and since the great gate opening. I've seen an increasing number of shadows of many types. A brief instance in the corner of the eye regularly seems to temper the jump scare of, oh fuck, what now? Thought. I've reached a point with them that I can tell if they're around to haunt me or someone else. When it's my turn, I get that feeling that you might get at the bottom of a roller coaster. Anticipation. Only instead of the gleeful feeling of, oh fuck, what ride am I going on this time? The child presented himself to me a few times, mostly peeking out under the desk near the cash register, usually around lunchtime when I'm all alone. Never more than an attempt to elicit a jump scare. Another time, the tall man showed himself. I know that was for someone else, someone who's a bit of a perv, someone who may just prey on younger teenagers if given the opportunity. I saw him walking towards the gate in the direction of said perv. If I remember correctly, that was around the time him and another coworker just about got into a fist fight within 5 minutes of the boss leaving for the day. There were others, but I won't go on for too long. The most recent instance was a few weeks ago. Alone in the poly house, I was tending to a fresh crop of annuals at the far end of the walk. A hulking brute of a shadow stood, its shoulders heaving up and down as if it had just ran a mile to reach me and was catching its breath. My mind's eye saw a huge, jagged, toothy grin, a menacing ear-to-ear smile. I knew he was there for. I knew it was for me. And that was a night I'm not proud of.
Yeah, I know that person, so we're gonna be gentle.
Right.
No, I mean that's the thing. The one I want to hit on was that pervert got wrecked, utterly wrecked by a very subtle minor curse I did. I was very proud of that one. That person, they had the worst year of their life when I cursed them in a long time. And I won't go into details, but it all hit home. A lot of it hit home for him. I'll say a few things. Got in a bad car accident, fucked his shoulder up, could barely work that year. His girlfriend left him. Her kids got in trouble before she left him. Worst year of his life. And through the whole thing, I pretended to be his good friend, and I listened to him complain about it, and I would give him naughty advice throughout the whole thing. I would discourage him from making the right decisions. I rode that curse all the way down as he collapsed into it, and it was great. He's doing better now, but that's okay. I feel like I extracted my ounce of flesh. It was nice. It was a good thing. I got to see him crash. I got to see a lot of suffering happen. And it vindicated me a lot because he put me through a lot of hell knowing this guy. And one could say that was my own shadow going to play and have some fun. But quite honestly, it was nice. It was nice. So the reason I like this story is, of course, this person's read Shadownomicon a few times. They helped me with some of the editing and some of this stuff. And, they understand a little bit better than most what the shadow people represent. And when they see them, they're not looking for them. When I tell you that this person, when they see them, they're surprised by it too, right? It's one of the things I love, when I hear this stuff, is it's sincere. And I know the night that they're talking about, that was a rough night for me. It was a rough night for a lot of things. And I remember that hearing about, like, I forget if it was the same day or just before, or soon before, but it was close enough in time that yes, abso-fucking-lutely related. Absolutely. If I didn't know better, in fact, I'm surprised I didn't think of it when the crisis was happening, that could be what it was. Now, the argument, the wrong argument would be was that the colossal shadow caused arguments or caused the fighting and the problems. The reality is that is a manifestation of something you're not dealing with, and it's coming out, and it could be seen almost like a warning. Like, hey, you're not integrating your anger, or someone around you isn't, or something like that. And that's why, it's strong enough to manifest externally to you already. That means it's strong enough to pop off in your regular life. But you're also not integrating it, meaning you're not just not facing the anger, you're not giving it an outlet or a vent or anything. And I don't mean, there's a misunderstanding with that, by the way. When people think, when it says vent your anger, you're supposed to...
The shadows are more like the U.S. Armed Forces. They arrive because they know oil is in the ground. They don't put the oil there.
Right. That's a great way to put it. Great fucking way to put it. That's why we're going to, what is it, Titan or something, where they just found it. But yeah, how about some freedom, Moon? We found oil on the moon. How about some freedom? Suddenly we don't like your dictator that we installed for you because you've got oil. Really strange. Yeah. So back to what I was saying. But yeah, I mean, you can't, like anybody who, like say a boxer, someone who takes boxing, right? You'd think that they would vent a lot of their anger when they're punching the heavy bag or in the ring. They will be the first to tell you that's really unhealthy. It doesn't work. It actually makes you worse. The only thing that helps, and it's not bottling it, but you have to get through it by calming yourself. You have to calm yourself down. It's the only thing that works. Giving in to anger doesn't make it better. So ironically, when you're facing the shadow of anger, that doesn't mean that you should give in to anger and yell and scream and hit and fight. It means that you need to first acknowledge the anger, like any emotion. You can't bottle an emotion. You've got to acknowledge it. Fear, even if I have fear as the mind killer and I try to resist, what I'm trying to resist is not the feeling of fear, but the control fear might have over me when I feel it. Like I admitted to you, if something spooky happens in a ritual, I will jump like a cat, like anybody else, but I'm not going to let it control my true action to it. What my body does is irrelevant. My body's going to react to that existential moment. Mm-hmm. But what my intentional actions are going to be still mellow and controlled and smooth. Just like in a fight. If I'm preparing to fight somebody, when I did get in a handful of fights growing up, I never let myself get worked up. Because I'll tell you something, the one or two times I did, I really hurt the person much more, or was more likely to. I felt like I wouldn't stop. And it wasn't okay. And I also knew I was more prone to making a mistake when I'm that angry. Because when you're that angry, all you're thinking about is just hurting the person. You're not thinking clearly.
To tackle it from another angle too, and this might, I'm looping to it, but you listen to metal, don't you?
Not as much as I used to.
Okay.
When I was a teenager, metal was like my bag. And then as I got older, I have a love-hate relationship with metal because a lot of metal turned into stuff I don't like in the last 20, 30 years. But there's still metal that I love. So yes, I do listen to metal on occasion.
Have you ever been in the mosh pit?
When I was younger, as I got older, I didn't see any point. But when I was younger, yes,
Fair.
I definitely was in the mosh pit a lot. Yeah.
So what you were saying with the boxer and everything, actually, sorry, getting ahead of myself. There was actually a study done, interestingly, that found that they surveyed a bunch of people, asked what genres of music do you listen to the most. Interestingly enough, the people that listen to metal very frequently tended to have less problems with anger, which they weren't expecting, but also, going out into the mosh pit, a really fucking aggressive action. You can tell the people who really fucking hate and are channeling that hate when they're in the mosh, and they're not fun to be around.
And nobody likes them.
Yeah, no,
They're not
nobody
appreciated.
fucking likes them. Like the realest people, the ones who are the best to be around, even if you're getting your fucking teeth punched in the mosh pit, are just there, just expressing raw primal energy, just fucking getting it out there.
They'll be the first to pick you up
anger.
off the ground after they deck you
Yeah.
too. Like, I mean, that's what I've seen. I mean, I didn't get to the bad ones. I was never in a Slayer pit or a Pantera pit. But we had like local metal shows and stuff we'd go to when we were like teenagers. A lot of teenage bands would do it. And kids would mosh, and then parents would come and like, stop it. And then like we'd go to places we could get away with it, and they'd mosh. And we went to a Typo concert. People were banging it. Like, all right, whatever, man. You guys are so cool. Look at you. And for the most part, I agree that there's definitely a primal okayness about it, right? But then there is enough of those assholes that just go there to be a dick that it's not okay. Like, and that's where like I don't get into it. You know, the thing you got to be afraid of is if I do get angry, you will see me get really angry, and then it's like an implosion. Like, I go cold. When I go cold, you're fucked. Because at that point, it's like my shadows come out, and I'm like, I'm just going to fucking just rip you apart. I'm going to, everything I do nicely when somebody pays me for a reading, I do aggressively and nastily. I peer into you, and I look for everything that hurts you, and I pull it out, and I show it to you, and I make fun of you, and I eviscerate you in every way. And that's before I even start hitting you. And
Icy
you know what I mean?
anger is a lot scarier than fiery anger.
Like, I mean, I don't want to evoke recent imagery, but I mean, you know, I will be laughing while you're going unconscious, and then I'll start crying and going, "Look what you made me do to you." You know what I mean? It's not. I'm not there in the. I'm fully aware, but I'm backseat driving. Like, I get something possesses, and I'm fully aware of what I'm doing, and it's all controlled. It's all very methodical, but I'm not. My morality and my sense of compassion and empathy goes completely away. My ability to say that I care about you goes completely out the window, and I'm not angry anymore. It's like you've made me so angry that it's like my humanity switches off, and you're food. I don't care. The vampire fangs come out. I don't care what I do to you so long as you hurt more than I do, and it's brutal. And that's why I don't even like fighting anymore, because to get me to that point is toxic. Like, I have to really be like, even martial arts stuff. Like, I love martial arts, the art, but if you say, hey, Thorne, we're going to go fight people, I know you like fighting, I'd be like, no, you misunderstand me.
There's a difference between fighting and sparring.
That too, exactly. So, yeah, will I enjoy paintball? Will I enjoy sword fighting with boffers or fencing gear? Yes. If you said, Thorne, I hate your guts and I want to kill you, I'm not even that scared of you hurting me. I'm scared of the trouble I'll get in for fighting you. You know what I mean? I'm more scared I'm going to go to jail, or, yeah, you might hurt me. I'm not saying I'm that powerful, you can't hurt me. I'm not as scared for my body as I am scared for what I'm capable of doing. And that's a shadow of mine. That's a Ronzael, by the way. Ronzael is very much remorseless, just manipulative eater of your soul. You know, when that comes out, it doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter what your weakness is. It doesn't matter if I have to sucker punch you. So long as it ends with me on top of you and parts of your flesh coming off or something, I'm good. And I will be fine with it. Except when it's over, I realize I let something take over that I'm not proud of. And that's a shadow. Totally admitted. This is not like me going, look how badass I am. It's actually the opposite. I actually feel like this is a shadow that I have managed to put in a box, but I have not fully integrated yet. This is one of the reasons why when you see somebody talk shit on a stream with me, you'll see like this like change, and I go cold and just focused on that person. I'm reading them and looking for their weaknesses and attacking everything I see. Even, unless they're just a ridiculous troll where I just block them and ignore them. And that's a shadow that I have to deal with. It's a shadow I still work on. It's not even my ego is bruised and I have to do this. It's literally like a light goes off and I have permission to eat you now. And the monster that I know I'm capable of being comes out.
Hey, let me cut you off really quick. Are you cool if I step away for 4 minutes? Are you cool by yourself?
My God. How am I going to pay you for? I have to dock you for this 4 minutes?
Somebody sent me an audio file of a shadow story, and I want to.
Is that the fourth one or is that the fifth one?
No, this is actually a new one that just came in. I want to check it and listen to it really quick before we post it on air.
So we've got a half hour. So do you have a story that you could read off real quick? Check that, then I'll respond to that story, and then you can listen to that
Yeah.
while I'm responding?
Yeah,
Okay.
let's do it
We'll
like
do
that. So, I've actually got 2 stories in here. I've got 3 total stories right now. One is a good one that I found on Reddit. One
Okay.
somebody just sent to me is as an audio recording, but I could also read it. They gave me a transcript. The third one is a short one that somebody gave in chat.
Okay.
So
So whichever one you want to do first, something that will occupy me for like the 5 minutes that you need.
okay.
And then we'll try to get those next 2 quickly. We're going to cut the cord here though and say no more stories tonight because we got a half hour left. So
All right,
let it
we'll
rip.
tell you what. This one came from a post labeled "There are shadow people in my house" by user ABC1238794 on r/paranormal encounters. I'm going to preface this with a few things in case I forgot to mention them. 1, I know this is weird. Please believe me. 2, it's not carbon monoxide. Always off to a good start, huh? 2, it's not.
Well, no,
carbon-
that's important because no, if you look it up, like there's things like carbon monoxide and other things can cause hallucinatory experiences. They're absolutely
No,
right to bring that
yeah.
up. Very good.
I just meant the blanket statement of "please believe me." Not.
That always is a funny way to start. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a funny way to start. Not to put anybody down.
It's kind of like saying you have a black friend, by the way. I'm just going to say from a skeptical perspective, it's like you're saying I have a black friend. It's really in the same vein. I'm sorry to say.
2, it's not carbon monoxide. The house had a leak years back, and I almost died. So we have extremely good and sensitive detectors now. 3, others, even visitors, have seen them. 4, this isn't an old house. It was built when I was only months old. The only notable thing about the land is that the entire town was built on sacred Native American ceremonial grounds. My oldest brother lived in the basement when the house was first built. He had a strained relationship with my dad at the time, so he spent a lot of time down there by himself. This is when it started. I wasn't old enough to remember the first instances of the things, but my siblings and parents distinctly remember going down to the basement and seeing a man just outside my brother's door. He was about 6'2", wore a fedora and a suit, and was completely black, a dense black that you couldn't see through in any way. He would face the door most times, but when somebody came down, he would turn and look directly at them. He wouldn't leave. He wouldn't back away. He would just stand there until you either left screaming or ran at him. My parents asked my brother about this, and he said he knew it was there. Everybody in the house had the same description. Tall, black, noticeably wearing a fedora and suit, and always stood outside of his room. The thing, I refuse to name it, as that might encourage it, would never come into his room, but would constantly be waiting just outside the door for him until he eventually moved out. We found out about a year after he moved out that he had placed talismans with rocks of holy symbols in every corner of his room, under the bed, and on each side of the doorway. He swears that this is what kept the thing from coming in his room. He's 30 now and lives far away from the family home, but whenever he visits, he still will not go down to the basement because the thing is still there. It still does the same thing too, every day. Children won't go down there alone. I see it every third or so time I go down, and my dad, who doesn't believe in anything paranormal, refuses to go down there unless there is something that needs to be fixed, but it gets creepier. My sister and I shared a room for the longest time, and when she turned 12, another one started appearing in our room. This one appeared to be a man, but it had facial features and wore the same clothes you would see on any middle-class guy during the 1920s. It hung around her, but it was never her that it targeted. It was me. It would grab my feet at night and try to drag me from my bed. It would appear in the mirror of my vanity, watching me. There was one occurrence when I was waiting for me by the bed. I would wake up to it watching me at night. I told my parents after months of torment, and they both passed it off as sleep paralysis. That is, until my mom walked into my room and saw it.
With the echo, my mom.
My mom, meow. My mom walked into my room and saw it. It got so bad I couldn't even sleep at night. I was looking to move into any other room in the house, even the basement one. One night, my brother brought his fiancée to the house. It was her first time staying the night, and she would be sleeping in my room because everyone avoided the basement room at all costs. I went to bed early and tried to drown out the chatter downstairs. I wasn't even close to sleeping when I saw it again. This time it was in the hallway, down on all fours, crawling towards me. I know how irrational it sounds, but I couldn't move. I was stunned with fear. I screamed and screamed for somebody, anybody to come. No one did. Literally, they all sat in the living room, listening to me scream for a solid 2 minutes until my wits finally came about and I ran outside. I wouldn't come in for 30 minutes. I would go on and on about these things, possibly even write a whole other post on them, but I think the post is long enough as is. My sister moved into a different room a few months after this, and I never saw it in my room again. It just started following her, and it still is. I have no idea why these things targeted our house and specific people in them, but I do know that they haven't ever truly left, and I don't seem to be afraid of us in any way.
Yeah, my gut reaction to that is several layers. One is there's a lot of embellishment going on here, which is fine. I just want to make sure, because I do the same thing.
Don't let the facts get in the way of a good story.
Right. Don't let the facts get in the way of a good story. I don't think, so long as people are sincere about the embellishments, though, that's what matters. And what's being said here sounds to me like exactly the kind of experiences that happen. There's layers of different experiences that get lumped into the same happening. And there's embellishment going on to make it creepy because it is Reddit, right? They're trying to score points with these stories. But that doesn't mean that there isn't elements of truth to it. And the reason I believe that there's more legitimacy to it than not is there's not a lot of, look at me how special I am, and there's not a lot of just embellishment beyond the necessary embellishment. I saw this thing, it's not tons of description. It's not, I would even say my own stories are more suspicious, even though I can confirm most of them with witness people. You know, this story was just, this is what happened, this is what I saw. It was spooky. I hope you guys like spooky stories. Please believe me, blah, 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 blah. Of course, as I said, when someone starts off a spooky post with please believe me, I don't usually talk about this stuff. You know, that's like, you know, boop, sure you don't. But overall, it's a good story. I think the story says some things that makes me wonder what's going on in that house or what happened in that house. Now, again, don't want to make the superstitious mistake of saying that they are specifically in the house. But the seeds of our own emotional discord and shadow need fertile soil in our environment for them to bloom. So that what I'm saying is that you or the environment are the fertile soil, and then the shadow people spring forth from that. And if you come into a home that's creeping you out, or you've got fighting going on in there, and maybe something happened there before you were there, or maybe something else like that, and there's a latent residue of this negative energy going on, then absolutely, I can understand that it might feel like they're in the house. Okay, it's also possible that they're a reflection off of someone in the house, and this person's sensitive. Sometimes people who are innocent of the shadow. So when you see a shadow person, very often it's your own reflection, but sometimes you're just sensitive enough to see other people's, and they manifest as shadows because of other people. You'll see other people's shadow, or your mind will make the facsimile of the shadow, right, as a representative. The reason they look like shadow people, though, is still somewhat of a mystery to me. That is to say, the fact that they're an urban legend or an urban myth, I think has a lot to do with it, because when we saw them in the 80s and 90s, we didn't know a lot of people who knew about them. But when we would talk to people about them, like, oh yeah, I saw something like that. That's weird that you mentioned that. I've heard of something like that. Everybody had a story about it, but there was no prime source that we could look at and say, There's a movie based on it. There is popular urban legends. So it felt like they just kind of built up in our environment with us. And I think there's some truth to that. I think that the farthest I was able to go back with real confirmation of shadow people was a 1950s radio drama, which you can listen to for free on YouTube. This is the first time in history I was able to find anything that specified shadow people and specifically talked about them like they were shadowy people. And the only other thing that even comes close would be Erebus and the things related to the Greek primordials. But even that, like Erebus isn't a god per se. He's a primordial. He's more like a force of nature. But that was personified as Erebus, the being of darkness, or the elemental darkness. He would be, somewhat synonymous. Abaddon, the lords of the abyss from, various texts and things. The closest we can get. There's never been abyss people, right? Or shadow people until about the 50s. The term enters, and the term is so descriptive, you would think someone would have said something like it noticeably before that. And there really wasn't much. The closest thing I can get before that was La Horta, which was a story, I think it was in French, if I remember correctly, or Portuguese, I think it's French. And it means like the outsider or something like that. And it's a story about this weird being that manifests with, sleep paralysis and stuff. The earliest things of sleep paralysis were, of course, medieval tellings of stories. So this person, if they're on Reddit, they're probably millennial, right? At most, they're in early Z. They're like, probably 20s, 30s, something like that. So they grew up with the shadow people being more common in the urban myth lexicon. Whereas for us, when we were growing up, there was zero. It was literally the first time I saw one, I was standing in a field. That doesn't mean the first time I experienced one, because I experienced them in ritual, didn't know that's what it was. But the first one I saw one in a way that was visceral, and it was like both in my eye and in my imagination. Like I knew there was something going on with both. It was in a park called Comset here on Long Island, and I was there with my friends late at night after hours when you're not supposed to be there, because we were brave back then. COVID wouldn't have stopped us back then. We would have been sneaking off everywhere. And we were hanging out there. We weren't supposed to. And I saw this dude standing in the field just watching me. And he had a hat on. And I saw, it was like he was scanning the horizon. And when he did, he was far away. It was at least 100 yards away. And when he was looking back and forth, I saw what looked like, not cat's eyes with shape, but the reflection, like an animal's eyes in the dark. As it looked, they would glint more when they looked in my direction, until at last they focused on me and locked on me. And then I could swear, even from that distance, I saw what looked like a toothy grin. I blinked and it was gone. I was like, what the fuck? I told everybody about it. And that was not the start, but that was one of the first sightings of the shadow beings that we ended up working together to try to confront. As we did so, I saw them more and more and more and more and more. The more my eyes played tricks on me, the more hallucinating, I saw them. The more I imagined them, the more they happened. Like the more experiences of them I happened, till they became violent. And we got into fights with them because we were resisting them, right? We saw them as bad guys. We were scared of them. Very potent mixture of emotions that happens with that, by the way. It's really powerful shit. And that became a focal point of magic and fear and practice. And in a weird way, that's their MO. They will appear to people who are sensitive to them. Maybe I was one of those people, and maybe less now, because I don't look for them like I did, but I still see them from time to time. And people that I know, once I start talking about them, everybody suddenly knows what they are, and they start talking about them. It's like they're almost like a parasite, almost like a virus, where when you start talking about them, suddenly everybody starts talking about them. They want people to be aware of them, because they desperately want to be returned to you. They desperately want to reunite with you, kind of like Peter Pan and his shadow. First, they act like they don't, but really they need to be back with you. To the point where even if you have to sew them back into yourself, you got to do it. But anyway, I'm being funny. So this story kind of reminds me of the kind of stories I would have told back then. So I have an element of a mix of skeptical belief, right? I believe that they sincerely believe something was seen, and I don't even doubt that they saw some of what they said. But I do have a feeling that some of that is invented or embellished in a way for Reddit's purposes. So we've got to be generous. I actually, that first story you told that was anonymous, that sounded like it came off of a nowhere thing, like a website somewhere. That one struck me as a little bit more sincere and legit. But yeah, not trying to poo-poo things. It's just I've got to try to do that, because I question when someone says, you know.
Well, iron sharpens iron. I feel like by being critical, you will burn away the impurities to get at the truth.
Mm-hmm. And again, I'm curious what was going on in that house, right? Because in every example that I've ever experienced, abuse, trauma, something was going on.
That's the thing.
A little more than usual.
Always want with all of these stories is details. Like, I understand why people don't want to give them, but oh man, I want to know where, I want to know why and how. Just give me everything.
And I think the thing that Shadownomicon does is when you start to recognize the different forms of them, your imagination fills in the blanks, and you'll see Tall Man more than you'll see just a mote of blackness. You'll start to see a dark shape, and your imagination will go, I wonder if it's there for X. It's like a psychic portal for you to recognize something. It gives you the ability to scry better, I guess. It's like when someone tells you to look for shapes in incense smoke as scry signals. Somehow that, for some people, will unlock the ability to see more, because now they're looking for things that they weren't looking for before. They don't have the confidence to see it. Whereas for me, it was never important to see them in these shapes or anything to recognize it. So it's kind of like a mixed bag. It's there, but it's a tool as much as it is. In other words, what did somebody say, or what did you guys say? Somebody said tonight something along the lines of, oh fuck, I can't remember it, but it was important. It was exactly like what I'm talking about. You don't see them how they are. You do see them, but you see them how you need to see them. And I'm giving you the lexicon so that when you see them, you will sense them, sense what they're about, and to help distinguish them, you'll go Hat Man, Colossal Shadow, Shadow Child, Tall Man, Dark Mother, Shadow Woman, Ronzael, Legion, right? You'll have this vibe that you can now associate. When you work with Shadownomicon and you work through the material and you do the rituals, if you're ready, you get into a relationship with that, it gets even easier. So it becomes a way of talking about it. When I have a friend, he's on Discord, we talk about this stuff, and we'll jokingly say, "Oh, looks like the tall man's active in your life right now," because he'll be talking about escapades he's been on or something sexually, and he's like, "Yep, fully integrated that motherfucker last night. Let me tell you," and it's funny, right? And it's great, and it helps. It really does. So, okay, what were the two recordings or whatever? How did they go? I'm going to read some comments.
So I listened to most of the recording, and it seems like this person has been on our show before. I wasn't expecting anything, but I wanted to give it a quick glance through. Everything seems to be okay. So
are they a jerk? No, just kidding.
Now I like them. I'll announce them when they come on. So I'll start with a shorter one. This was submitted by, let me fucking Skype and his fucking pop out. I hate. This one was submitted by Wyatt Coverdale in the chat. He says, I have a story. Okay. It was a shadow child possession. Oh, hold on. How foolish of me. I forgot my reverb.
We'll put it in the child voice because he's a little younger. I'm kidding. Ooh. I don't mean to pick on the kid.
Oh, no, hold on. No, but he did say shadow child. So hold on. Let me just tweak a couple parameters really quick.
You can talk like this and be like, I'm gonna eat this soul.
Ooh, nice. Now say a little higher pitched, maybe. Like Predator when he said, "Can I have some candy?"
How is this?
Pretty good. Go higher pitch. Go almost like I was doing. Like, hi everybody. I'm kidding. He's not that young.
How is this?
Maybe. I don't know, Wyatt. Does that sound like you yet? He's got a YouTube.
How about this?
Perfect. That's perfect. Do it like that.
Okay. So, I have a story. It was a shadow child possession.
Sorry, Wyatt.
This isn't a dig at you. This is because Shadow Child. This is Shadow Child speaking, okay?
Good point. Yeah.
It was a shadow child
Laugh
possession.
sinisterly. Go. Ooh, that's good. Yeah. Now imagine that same voice is pulling the wings off of innocent fairies and butterflies and shit. Nice.
Oh my god. I have a story. It was a shadow child possession. I once got really heated because somebody pushed me on a bad day, and I punched him repeatedly. The more pain he felt, the more happy I became. People had to stop me, and I noticed that I had lost myself in blind rage. I think that it was a shadow child manifesting inside of me. Either that or Alistair possessing me. It was scary, but I regret nothing.
So, my only issue with calling it the Shadow Child is not likely to show up as rage. Shadow Child is likely to show up as the motherfucker who's picking on the kid that causes the fight. You know, it's more likely to be the one who teases, not even the bully, although it is bullying. A lot of the cases, if you look, one of the things he's known for is some form of bullying. You know, teasing, making fun of you. So, childish narcissism, morbid curiosity, invasively inquisitive, enjoys torture, mischief, humiliation, deformity, and willful disobedience. So, Shadow Child is very likely going to be the one that instigates and playfully causes conflict, right? He's almost like a dark fae. Like someone would even say, I didn't even think of that until just a dark fae would almost make sense. Like this is a motherfucker that doesn't just like to cause pranks. This is the kind of motherfucker that will cause a deadly prank and find it funny the whole way through. So Shadow Child's a little iffy. Colossal Shadow though, or Ronzael. Ronzael is vindictive. Ronzael is the don't turn the other cheek. He's more that Luciferian smash the other cheek when it happens. He's more inclined to blame and want revenge and things like and get revenge. Whereas Colossal Shadow tends to be more impotent rage. It's a rage that doesn't actually go anywhere. Like it's a rage where you fight, but you're fighting yourself as much as the other person, or it's like self rage. An abuser could certainly be the Colossal Shadow, because that rage doesn't go anywhere. It persists. So like when Ronzael does this thing, he gets his revenge. He's satiated. He's gone. When the Colossal Shadow acts, it doesn't stop. Like after it's over, you're still raging. Doesn't matter what you do. That's why it makes it impotent. Like yes, it's big and powerful. It destroys. It breaks things, but it's impotent and incapable of changing anything. And it's just the rage doesn't stop, and it cycles. Ronzael is likely to crush and destroy and devour and vampirically attack something until it's gone, and then it's going to look for a new victim. But it's not rage, it's cold rage. It's like, I'm going to just crush you. I mean, it could be you were just possessed by whatever spirit you're talking about. It is possible that was too. But let's be fair. Shadows are in everybody. You're not limited to just the 7 in the book, okay? Your shadow is your shadow. One of those shadows is going to look just like you, I guess is what I'm getting at. And it's not going to fit one of these descriptions probably. Maybe that's the ultimate thing, is when you invoke your own shadow, when you properly get your own shadow to manifest and you see it as it is, not in one of these masks. These masks are how you find it, maybe, because you search for them all and you find them all inside yourself. You realize they're all there. It's a form of theurgy, okay? That's what this is. It's shadow theurgy. You're finding in yourself these spiritual entities, and you're integrating them in the process. But maybe the last one is to find the one that's special to you, the one that is only you. And what is it about? What does it do? Why is it there? How does it work? And I can give you one spoiler alert. You'll never finish integrating it. It's always going to keep being there. It's going to change. It's going to be a chameleon. Every time you think you've integrated one thing, some new thing is going to appear. So yeah, I'm going to argue it could be, but the Shadow Child would be like, did you instigate that fight? If you instigated that fight, yeah, it could have been. Okay, Wyatt, I see what you're saying. Maybe it manifested in both of you for a little while. Maybe, right? Maybe. Totally possible. Or maybe it was just Maybe it wasn't one individual. Maybe it was just the shadow period, right? Maybe it wasn't a specific manifestation. That's another thing. Remember, these are not, this is where we get into trouble. This is why even writing this book, I got into trouble, because I've identified them, I've personified them, which creates the illusion that they're out there as personified things. What I'm really doing is a form of theurgy. I'm helping you evoke something out of yourself, personifying it so you can have an egregore to talk to, so that you can properly recognize what you are and then integrate it back and be like, yes, that's me too. So maybe that's why I'm giving you some resistance on saying it's any one of them specifically, because I'm not sure that that's healthy to do. Like on some level, you've got to, maybe I'm just double talking myself. I don't know. I'm getting tired too. But maybe on some level, this wasn't necessary to single it out as a specific shadow. Maybe it would be better just to acknowledge my shadow was at play here because of the way I responded, and his shadow was at play because that's how he acted. Remember, why did you act in the first place? Why did you do what you did? Why didn't you just walk away? Is it better to walk away or to take the Anton LaVey method of smashing the other cheek on the person? You know, for me, it depends on the individual. If it's somebody you care about, you try not to hurt them, right? Even if you're not responding with a turn the other cheek approach, doesn't mean you have to destroy them. But if it's someone that matters to be destroyed, then of course you smash them, right? So what was the reason for your action? The shadow is the thing that you are not admitting to others, or refuse to face about yourself, or you're starting to face but it's still giving you trouble. Something that is the subtext for a lot of your actions. So like, if I were to say, okay guys, I'm not trying to sell you anything, but here's my stuff. Why did I say I'm not trying to sell you anything? Because I'm afraid of the perception that people are going to have that I'm some kind of a sellout. Well, if I'm afraid of that perception, does that mean I'm not a sellout, or I am a little bit? Which thing? And so I've practiced the very shaky art of, when I recognize a shadow like that, I fully admit it, I own it, and I let it be. Like when someone says, Thorne, you're arrogant and egotistical, I make a game of that. I go, yeah, you're right, I am. What are you going to do about it? Stop putting me on a fucking pedestal expecting me to be different. And ironically, people who get to know me go, Thorne's really not that bad. He can act like it, but he doesn't really, when I say he acts like it, like it's a mannerism, but it's not what he's ticking. It's not how he ticks.
You get to that level, and then you get to know Thorne even better, and you realize he really is that bad. And then you get to the next level and realize he's not actually that bad.
There's the onions. There's the Shrek onion. Yeah, and which makes me happier. Am I happy when someone says, Thorne's really not arrogant, he's a sweetheart and compassionate? I go, fuck you. No, I'm not. Don't put me on a pedestal like that. And then someone will be like, Thorne, you're really arrogant. I'm like, motherfucker, you don't see what I do that's not arrogant at all. You don't see my self-doubt that crops up when I'm doing stuff. Motherfucker, you don't know me. And it's never that simple, right? That's, I guess, the lesson I'm getting at. No one is a monolith of one thing or another. People will be different for different people. If I'm talking to one person, I'm going to be really arrogant because I don't like them, or I'm trying to show off, or maybe I'm trying to bring them up, and I'm acting arrogant, and then I want them to feel proud, like, hey, this arrogant person likes me. How does that make you feel, by the way, when I do that, right? So there's a lot of layers there, and some of it's intentional, some of it's not. So what I'm getting at is, if I say, I'm not trying to sell you anything, but here's my shit, why did I say that? So you know what I do instead? Buy my crap. This way I'm not taking it too seriously, but I'm integrating it. I'm going, yeah, I am trying to make money off of this. Of course I am. The first thing I did when I first hit the scene was to say, my goal is to be a professional at this someday. Don't like it, don't follow me. But I will be sincere through the process. I promise you that. And I've kept to that promise better than anybody else that I know. I guess, Flesh, you do a pretty good job, but you're not doing it for the same reason.
I like to think so. And you know what?
The only person who comes close would be EA. You know what I mean? Like, as a professional level.
Yeah.
You know, the guy wears his problems on his sleeve. He doesn't hide his life. He's
yeah,
an open
dude.
book in a lot of ways.
He said some shit. I've talked to you about this. EA has said some shit where after I've listened to it, I've come away like, not what's the word? Not offended or anything. I wasn't I wasn't alarmed that he said it, but it was more of a, dude, you don't say that. Like you don't
Yeah.
like people don't
Yep.
understand. Like I can't believe you just said that to people. Not that you had those feelings, but that you said it. Holy crap.
I know that's one of the things that's beautiful about his soul. Now, I don't know
Oh,
if that's
yeah.
because he's actually a psychopath and doesn't know it's wrong. And he's not even afraid of saying, I might be a psychopath. I don't like that's fine. I mean, I might be too, guys. You know, people who know what I'm capable of inside would say there's a coldness there. There's a part of me that's like, I care about the people I care about. Anybody else, you're doomed. That's why I think Riddick is one of my favorite characters in movies, because
Oh,
he will just like, he'll walk past 30 people that are innocent people
man.
and watch them die and be like, oh, well, sorry. But then there's to be that one character in the movie who's like, all right, I'll double back for you. But
fucking
just you.
Jack. Oh man, Pitch
Right,
Black needs to be on
exactly.
movie night.
I want all three because I just watched them again and I will watch them. I'll binge them again in one day.
Oh,
Like,
dude.
I fucking love all of them.
Dude, the second Riddick movie, the not the animated one, the fucking Chronicles
Yeah,
of
Chronicles.
Riddick. That
Yeah.
painted such a cool world. Like there needs to be a full fucking RPG handbook about the setting of that world.
I was just
It's so
gonna
cool.
say my next D&D adventure will probably be in a Riddick setting. So if you could get your hating D&D ass back into loving D&D again, my plan was actually to use the 5th edition straight D&D and just reskin it all because that universe is full of weird shit. So you could have magic, but it's technology or something like that. We'd have to, some of the spells wouldn't work, like, you know, some of the spells just wouldn't work. But there could be ways to do it, and I would love to explore that as a possibility. So you know, I want to do that very badly because it's also got a Warhammer and Dune feeling to it. It's a great universe, and even Riddick itself was cool. Like the Riddick, the last movie, I love that one too.
Are you talking about the one where he gets a dog?
Yep.
Yeah, that one went a little bit camp, but it was still good.
What I liked about it is it kind of rebooted the principle of Riddick, so it
Yeah.
kind of, you know, it kind of reminded you who he was.
There was too
and
much power creep.
There was, and he had to be taken down a peg, but now he's back up again. So it's like, I agree, because you know what I did? I watched Chronicles. Now, originally I watched them in order, of course, but I mean, the other night I watched Chronicles one night, Riddick the next night, and then Pitch Black the night after that. And the funny thing is seeing that power creep and character Mary Sue-ness, like really, because you could tell when Pitch Black was written, he was just in it. He wasn't like the big head honcho in it. He was important. He was a central character for sure. He probably was the main character, but it was in a way that like he wasn't a Mary Sue. In Chronicles, he was 100% a Mary Sue, and in Riddick, he was Mary Sue plus. And it was just like really funny to go back to Pitch Black when he was mortal, because he was mortal in Pitch Black, but in Chronicles and in Riddick, he was pretty much a force of nature at that point. Like I was actually thinking of it in D&D terms. When we see Riddick in Pitch Black, he was like level 5, like
Yeah.
5 to 7, 5 to 8. Chronicles, he's like 10 to 12, 10 to 13. And in Riddick, he's like 13 to 14. He's not quite demigod level, but he's getting there. Like he's approaching like a little too much. Even though he got taken down a peg, it was like he's still leveled up at the same time.
So, I fucking love talking about this, but you were venting a shadow earlier, and I got one since we're doing things. There was a fucking comment that just got under my skin a while back under one of your videos. Somebody accused me of using fucking voice changers, and I feel like I wanted to use the voice changers tonight because I fucking love working with audio. But at the same time, you know, I love doing voices and I love working with audio, and I hate when people get them mixed up. Like, no, that wasn't a fucking voice
Yeah.
changer. That was me, you asshole.
Yeah, like really, like fuck you, man.
My
I
talent.
know what you mean.
Yeah, because
I get that too for different reasons. I totally do.
Yeah, 'cause
Yeah.
I mean,
I do voices.
I do voices. I do voices.
like,
I mean, I do a few too. I just don't make a thing out of it. I just kind of live it, you know.
Hey.
You can ask my wife about the dolphin kid, but anyway,
oh,
that I'm
fucking
too
love
shy.
the dog.
I do him. So I do him for you once in a while. The dolphin.
I really love the dolphins so much. But you know, I don't like when people eat tuna because they have dolphins in the can because they don't. Did you see that, sir?
But anyway, I'll go like really dark with it, and I'll be like, "The great Darford will destroy your sword," and get like really dark with it, and it's really funny.
Yeah,
But
he
I have a
goes
couple
fuck
voices
with
I
it
do.
sometimes.
I really do. I go really bad with it.
Okay. So this last one, it's a little bit on the longer side. Do you want to listen to this last one real quick?
I mean, how long is it on the longer side?
6 minutes 55 seconds.
Oof a doof. What would be better, to read it or listen to it? Do you listen to it? What do you think?
I listened to most
I'll let you
of it.
make the call.
I skipped around a little bit. Let's listen to it. I like Victorious. Let's let him
Okay. Yep.
say it in his own words. So
Say it in your own words, Victorious.
all right, let me know if you're able to hear him. I'm gonna play his audio for a second, but due to the
Okay.
weirdness of this
Yeah,
setup,
if I can't hear him, then no one can.
yeah. So say something. If not,
Yeah, just say that when
My
it's.
name is Victorious, and I want to
Oh, I
extend
hear it,
a
yep.
special thank you to DH and Flesh Priest for letting me tell my story tonight. I am an acclaimed occult author specializing in black magic and psychotherapy. As well, I'm a humble Luciferian internet troll. While I do have a trickster, humorous side, I want to make it perfectly clear that this story that I'm about to tell you is deadly serious, and it should be taken with the utmost respect.
Now let me
For the
pause you.
past
Could you turn it up a
several
little
years,
bit?
I've had the
yeah. Let me do that.
And it roboted a little bit. Freaking Victor Van Doomcock, the Luciferian version. Like, start talking about fucking Kathleen Kennedy, Victorious.
He does love the a man who definitely doesn't use a voice changer. This is natural.
Right? Yeah, but he's
Uh-huh.
allowed. He does it pretty good.
Oh yeah. Okay, so
Like, that's the thing. If you use a voice changer, it's fine. You just really got to own that character and, like, really,
absolutely.
right?
Okay, so tell me how this is.
Hello,
Okay.
my name is Victorious, and I want to
Pretty
extend
good.
a special thank you to DH and Flesh Priest for letting me tell my story tonight. I am an acclaimed occult author specializing in black magic and psychotherapy. As well, I'm a humble Luciferian internet troll. While I do have a trickster, humorous
I got to cut you off, dude. It keeps, like, cutting out. I don't know if
I'm
it's,
about to
like, bottoming out and clipping or if it's just
Fuck.
the internet connection.
Fuck it.
Because he sounds really good, and then it goes into, I'm an acclaimed author, and
You know what it might be? Hold on a second. I wonder if I'm gonna check something really quick, and if okay, that's enough. I'm gonna send you this file.
okay.
I'm gonna send you this file, and you can play it yourself. It will be on Discord.
It is on the Discord. I shall wait.
Oh, your files are too powerful. God,
I hate powerful
piece
files.
of fucking shit ass.
I'm sorry, Victorious. I mean, you tried real hard, and everyone's saying, yeah, it's roboting.
No. I'm gonna get it. Fucking Drive.
We can always put it on the Discord as a Google Drive doc since we're getting late here. If it doesn't really work good this time, people could listen to it separate.
I can read it. He was very kind and made sure
Okay.
transcript. But it's
I know he is. Yeah, I want to give him the shot. So
yeah, it's only gonna take a second for me to do this. So let me just give it to my drive, and in a second you should have it. Boo boo boo. I've been listening to Aesthetic Perfection recently. A lot of fucking a lot of goth pop. Got that song stuck in my fucking head. All right, come on. And
thank you, David Morgan. I know you're not here anymore, but he put in the Out of Context Gnosis channel. He freaking put my comment, sniff fart in a jar. Ooh, Satan's closet. I love the out of context shit, man. Like, I wish there was more than just my quotes in there, but there's a few, but it's mostly like weird Thorne quotes. I like the one with Eddie you put, getting punched in the face by a 6'2" guy from Philly is a mystical experience. The visual is just great.
oh fuck yeah. Okay, did you receive it? I sent you the link.
Let me tell you. Let me bend over and let me see if it. You need access. You got to give me access, dude.
You.
You got to say anybody with the link has access.
You
I know. I do that to myself all the time.
fucking Google.
It didn't used to do that by default. It used to be by default if they had the link, that was it. And then now you got to like tell it every time.
Yeah, I've never had an issue with that before. Okay.
It's like, come on, Daddy. You know I just need to be told.
We're doing it live, everybody.
Okay. Is it going to start playing right away? Is that what it's going to do? Oh, okay.
Get through OBS.
Yeah, I think it's gonna. Okay. Let's see if I see it. If I see it wiggling on the audio meter.
Hello, my name is Victorious, and I want to
Yes, that's
extend a special thank you to DH and Flesh Priest for letting me tell my story tonight. I am an acclaimed occult author specializing in black magic and psychotherapy. As well, I am a humble Luciferian internet troll. While I do have a trickster, humorous side, I want to make it perfectly clear that this story that I am about to tell you is deadly serious, and it should be taken with the utmost respect. Over the last several years, I have had the pleasure of working with the most powerful demons of time immemorial. I've bathed in the lake of fire with Belial, Lucifer and Maimon, Azazel, and Abaddon. I've been taught rites of revenge therapy by Beelzebub and Apep. I've communed with the spider god Mithkalfu of the Photon Loa, and most notably, I've dived deep into the primordial abyss with Satan and Leviathan. But none of these entities give me the same fear and dread as the feeling that I get when I am with shadow people. Shadow people are different from these high demons. I've always felt that difference. While the demons and the Loa that I've previously listed were definitely dark and malevolent, they ultimately did seek to teach me and to make me a better person. This is darkly contrasted to the shadow people that I encountered, whom seem to have fed off the darkest parts of my humanity, and they did seek to keep me in those dark places so that they can feed off my despair. My feelings were confirmed when I watched DH's Demon in Review video of Azazel. To paraphrase the video, Azazel had told DH that shadow people were disgusting creatures made up of the sins and dark actions of humans. That sickening, disgusting darkness accumulates, and it forms consciousness to become shadow people. Now onto my story. I encountered a group of shadow people in 2016. I had just come out of a mutually abusive, toxic relationship. My ex had ended it, and looking back, it was the best decision for her, as well as for myself. At the time, though, I still had terrible mental health issues, such as the habits of narcissistic personality disorder that I had unfortunately inherited from my abusive father, and the breakup was akin to emotional torture. I had really bad attachment issues, rage, sadness, depression, self-hate, guilt, and a morbid darkness that I had to sort out. I was lying in bed, reminiscing about the breakup and wallowing in my emotional pain. My being was caught in an emotional feedback loop of guilt and self-hate. The pain that I was having was unbearable, and I had the great idea to act it out. I pulled out a knife that I had recently brought to cut myself. As I had started cutting my legs, I decided to hold that knife up to my neck. I was screaming inside. I wanted somebody to see what I was doing and to understand me. I was yelling to God, to Jesus, and to angels. But those heavenly spirits did not come. Instead, I felt the shadow people. There were 3 of them, and they were feeding off my self-hate, my pain, and morbid darkness. But that wasn't enough. They wanted me dead. I could energetically feel hidden hands, shadowy hands, try to get my knife to slit my throat. I could feel their influence was so strong. Upon reflection, I think their influence gets stronger the more that you you are weakened and in pain, and even suicidal. Not only that, they can turn up the pain that you're feeling so that you're more easily manipulated. The shadow people desperately desired that I kill myself, and they were putting every ounce of energy that they could into my impending suicide. There was a split second that I thought they could pull it off. Time stood still. I felt my knife was stuck, and I couldn't move it away. I thought, I don't actually want this. I'm just acting out my pain. I don't want to die. I then thought of all my goals at the time, the legacy I'd leave behind, and how all the people I knew would think about me if I committed suicide. Much less the suicide would destroy their worlds. I then felt free and pulled the knife away from me. I can't remember what I did after that. Maybe I listened to Coast, or maybe I played Portal. Whatever I did though, I knew I was lucky to be alive. I also vowed to get my revenge on these shadow people for what they had done to me. If I were weaker, or actually if I wanted to die, I doubt that I would be talking to you right now. And I say this to you for anybody who's listening and who could relate. Please, please, never get to that place. If you are suicidal, please make that call to somebody, or even to the suicide hotline. Remember who loves you. Remember the stranger that smiled at you or held open a door for you. Remember that you are a world of untapped potential and the god of your own reality. Remember that even if you cannot see it right now, you are important and valued, and the world would eternally mourn your loss. I do not work.
Oh, what happened? It cut off. Was that it? Yeah, it stopped. I don't know if it's like 6:31 is where it ended.
It goes 6:55.
Yeah, it's not playing after that. It must have crashed.
Oh no,
I'm trying to reload it.
Actually, I think that was it. Hold on,
Okay.
I'm hearing
Like, it
myself
cuts
double.
off.
I'm on a
Like-
delay. God damn it.
Okay.
I do not know how to handle them, and for me they are dangerous.
Okay. You know what it was? I had to reload it.
I do not work with shadow
Uh-oh.
yet. I do not
Right
know
at the
how to
end.
handle them,
Last 20
and for me
seconds.
they are dangerous. That is why
It's working
I
now.
deeply value these conversations and the work of DH and Flesh Priests. Their work allows me to better understand these beings so that one day, when I am ready, I will face them. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Victorious. Victorious is cool. I recommend you guys check out. He works with EA. Some of his stuff's been published by Bog. He's a cool guy. We got to get him on a phone call again sometime. I forgot he was out there. Like, it's weird because I talked to so many people, and I don't mean no offense, by the way, Victorious. But yeah, we got to get him back on sometime. So a couple of reactions to that I want to get to really quick. First of all, YouTube censorship aside, if you have self-deletion issues, my position is maybe a little bit less positive. My position is do as thou wilt. If that means self-deletion, then self-deletion. I think some of the reason that it becomes so painful is because we see it as a painful thing. What I'm saying is that this is a lot to unpack in the last 2 minutes. A lot of the reason why we think those things in that way is either because we want to punish ourselves. We think that this is like a way to escape or to punish ourselves. Like it's like a vindictive, one final gesture of loathing to the self and to the people we love. And that's one way it manifests. I'm not saying I'm not limiting it to that. Like it's too sensitive and I would never limit it to just that. But that is how it will manifest a lot. For a lot of people, like whenever I've had those self-deletion thoughts, I've never acted on them. I've never even come close. I've done self-harm for sure, but I've never done that. And to me, it was always the butterflies would fill the pit of my stomach with a kind of joy of what other people would feel, knowing that I did it, and then feeling free because of it, right? Now, I think that, self-deletion is, we should never look at it in a moralistic position of it's wrong. Rather, we should seek to understand it so that when people have that feeling, if it's coming from a legitimate place of sensible choice, that it is not something we demonize. Because by demonizing it, it becomes a taboo and thus a shadow. Maybe there's an eighth shadow of self-deletion that I didn't even cover because I've never encountered it that way. Maybe because it's already so well integrated in my mind, it didn't even occur to me to look for it. I just thought of it. Maybe there is a self-deletion shadow. And for people who resist it, you know, I was raised on martial arts movies, samurai movies. To me, like, you know, like the cool samurai at the end is like, yeah, you know, like that's the cool one. The guy who likes, you know,
where he does the Sudoku.
He does the Sudoku. So, and it's not, to me, it's not seen as like, oh my God, it's so tragic. I'm not saying it's not tragic. It's just, I don't emo it. Right. And that doesn't mean I'm not sincerely like caring about people in that position. But, you know, my response to people in crisis is often to lean into the crisis and be like, you know, this, I'm trying to be a better person. I'm like, why are you trying? Why don't you just do it? Like, I know it sounds heartless, but nobody's telling you the truth. And they say, keep trying. That's not helping you. You've been doing the same thing for years and it's not working. Or when somebody comes to me and says, I've got a problem with drugs or alcohol, I don't sit there and say, let's get you help so you stop. I go, wait a minute, maybe you should stop judging the fact that you're doing that and first learn to love yourself despite that.
I feel like
see that as like, okay, you're choosing that.
I feel like that's where it comes to with the issue, like not to, oh man, it's such a fucking sensitive subject, obviously, and it's definitely not to say that absolutely not encouraging it or anything. Like, I don't want to come across like that, but what you're pointing at, I think a lot of the times the reason why it is looked at this way and is such a moralistic issue, because different cultures have different views of it, obviously, as you were pointing out with the martial arts movies and everything, is different in different cultures. I think
so it's also why. What are you doing it for?
Yeah. Well, I think with us, like, remember, America was founded with Puritan roots. Like, I think some of that might shine through with our perspective on that. And where the fuck was I going with that? Like you were saying with the alcohol and everything, when you strip away, I think I lost
the moral judgment of yourself for doing it, and you just embrace the fact that it was a choice, at least at one point.
It's not to even say that it was it's still not encouraging the choice of, let's just shine the proper light on it. Let's not look at it from that angle.
Instead of self-loathing, because self-loathing doesn't cause change that much. You could argue, oh, I have to hate myself before I take steps to fix myself. No, you got to love yourself enough to fight.
There we go.
I mean, it's that simple. If you hate yourself because of your problem or because of this urge, you're never going to fix it. You've got to love yourself enough to go, even if I keep doing it, I'm going to be emotionally okay. Like, this is why some people I respect, even though they continually, they're clearly addicted. And it's clearly a burden on their life, but they don't hate themselves over it.
Like your man, Alan Watts, who's just like, yeah, I'm an alcoholic. I fucking love it.
Right. He died because of alcoholism. Motherfucker was brilliant till the day he died anyway.
It's like that thing. I forget who said it, but I resonate with it. I like it. Of find what you love and let it forever sleep you. Forever sleep you. Just like,
let it rock you to the other side.
It's like, hey, if you accept it and you know it, like, fuck yeah, okay, I can't talk shit about that.
Yeah. There's people who have, like, you know, expiration dates in their mind. They're going to live to a certain date. They're going to achieve a certain thing, and they're going to go. I've heard of these people. Some of them might even be famous. Okay, they're going to reach a certain age, and they're going to self-delete, and they're going to put the System 32 in the trash, and that's not even because they hate themselves or anything. It's just that's what they want. They want to go young. Who would I be to judge them? Who would I be to judge Vittorius for what he was going through? Who would I be to say he should or shouldn't have done it? Who am I to tell you as a god what you should do in your life? And Vittorius gets that part for sure, because it's part of what he bases his work on, is that I'm a living God. I am that. And that, so long as it's in a place of realistic perspective and not a place of ego enlargement, and to be honest, it's kind of inevitable either way. Both are inevitable. But so long as you're doing it in an honest, sincere position and you're not looking down on others, if you recognize everything's divinity, if you say, I am on a quest to be a god, and everyone's a god, you're probably going to have some kind of decent experience with this, right? My experience with it is, holy shit, it's great. Totally the right way to be. At least if you're not going to do the whole false humility thing, at least do the false god thing, right? Maybe that's the real difference between the left and the right-hand path. Right-hand path is false humility. The left-hand path is false divinity. All right. Anyway, yeah. The other thing I want to touch on from that is definitely don't see yourself as getting revenge on them. That's like stubbing your toe and shooting yourself in the foot to get revenge on your toe. It's not really the right way.
Hold on. You're saying when I'm at work, fucking sniffing termite turds, and a board gives me a fucking splinter, and I just decide, fuck you, Maple, and crack it across my knee, and then inevitably hurt a lot because Maple's really strong. You're telling me
or
that's
get
not
yelled
the
at
right
because
thing
you
to do?
broke a
I don't
piece.
take shit from wood, DH.
Well, I hear you, brother, but you know,
Fuck it, I'm right.
It's basically karma. You know, if you go to punch a brick, what do you think's going to happen? You know, it's not the brick's fault when you break your hand. You know. Well, anyway, so don't see yourself. The hardest thing to do with the shadow people is to not be in conflict with them. It took me 40 years of my life to longer than that, 41, 42 years of my life, from the day I was born until I wrote Shadownomicon. And through writing Shadownomicon, I abandoned the fear of them and embraced them as myself. They no longer have any power over me. Zero. I am no longer beholden to them. If anything, I seek to support them. I agree with their quest. I want to open the gates and bring them through. And if that means humanity suffers, oh well. They've had it coming for a long time. So, does that mean I've caved to them? No. I recognize now that by hiding, all I've done was make them stronger. When I embrace them as myself, when I embrace even that scary part where I'm like, oh, they're going to destroy the world, that's a part of me scared. What are you scared of that for? Maybe that's exactly what needs to happen. Do you think you have to be afraid of a solar flare that wipes out the Earth? What's the point? It's inevitable. The world's going to go someday. Maybe tomorrow, maybe 5 billion years from now, but it's going to go. It's not the events, it's how you face them that makes you divine. Put that in the quotes. It's not the events, it's how you face them that makes you divine. There's probably a twist on that I'm ripping that, some motivational poster somewhere. It's not the things that happen, but how you know, whatever. But it's the truth. It's not your death, it's how you face it that makes you a coward or a hero. It's not the events, it's how you face them that makes you a god.
Going back to the whole simulation thing, from like using the analogy of a video game, we're all going to face the game over screen eventually. It's a lot fucking funner to go down, you know, with that, using the last of all your resources, really putting it out to the end, instead of just, okay, well, I hope they don't see me here. Ah, shit.
Right? I mean, when do we have the most fun? When we don't care. That's when we have the most fun. Like, the people jumping out of the airplane, the ones going, fuck it, are the ones that have the most fun on the way down. Right? And I'd rather be that guy than the guy who shits himself on the way down but lives anyway.
I want to go out like my grandfather, peacefully and in his sleep, not like the passengers of the bus he was driving, screaming in terror.
Oh my goodness. But no, and Victoria's, I totally resonate with a lot of that story because I've been in those relationships too. And there's been times when I was younger in particular when I hadn't really achieved the sense of personal confidence, I guess, personal love, personal this and that, where stupid things with these women would destroy me. And I would see them coming a mile away because I'm not stupid. And I would let them happen. And I would play games. I'd white knight. I'd end up just letting myself get crushed. They'd cheat on me and I'd be like, I guess I'll be okay with it. You're still pure. I'd put them on pedestals, basically. And then that opened me up to every attack. Once I realized that I had to be sovereign, and only then could I properly love somebody, did I find my wife and we worked out. So I resonate a lot with that story, man, especially the pain you felt, because I've got a scar, which I'm not even ashamed to say. When I was younger, that's not why I wear the glove. You can't even see it unless I really, really show it. I've got a scar from a breakup. I wasn't trying to delete anything. I guess I was like a low-level cutter growing up. I would stab and cut myself for money to like show off. Like people were like, oh, you're such a tough guy. I bet you wouldn't do this. I'm like, where's my $10? Didn't care because I knew it'd heal. It didn't scare me. This was one time when I did it out of such utter mental anguish, and my thoughts were in such a twisted place. The only thing I could think of to do was to harm myself to bring me back to real space, right? It was like, I knew in my soul that if I caused an adrenaline spike, I'd snap out of it a little bit. I had to do something. And I took a big old steak knife that was brand new, sharp as all hell. And I'll tell you, that's a weird feeling. If you've never, like, cut yourself deeply, I'm not trying to, please don't sue me, Miss Wojcicki. I'm not actually telling people to do this. If you ever do that, if you've ever done it by accident or on purpose, it's a weird feeling. It doesn't even hurt that much. And it's a weird feeling. And it looked like when you cut into like Spam. That's what it looked like. It was the weirdest thing. I'm like, oh. And then a little bit of blood came out. I'm like, oh, what the? And I just let it run. Didn't care. I knew it was the back of my arm, guys. I know anatomy well enough to know I'm probably okay. Right? If it was over here, I'd be nervous because there's a lot of tendons and crap. This side's all right. I'm not saying do it. I'm just saying there's ways to mitigate the worst of things, is all I'm saying.
I can back up what you're saying.
There's places that are safer than others. Let's just leave it like that. All right. And the pain and shock of that moment, for a moment, snapped the train of thought that I was on. And I was able to get off that fucking train before it went off a cliff. It snapped me back to reality. I didn't sleep for 2 whole days. And I think, if I remember correctly, for a Band-Aid, I just grabbed some duct tape and I forget what I used exactly, but I just basically duct taped it with like some toilet paper or something. I didn't give a fuck. And it kept it sealed and I was fine. Didn't even get infected, but I got a nasty scar from it. And nobody knew. When everybody else, like, oh no, I got a little cut, I'm fine. And that was, if I had to guess, there was absolutely shadow there because it was this total victim mentality on my part. And it was just my first girlfriend that broke up with me. Why would that do that? Like, we had only been dating for a few months. It wasn't even that long. I think I was like 16 or 17, something like that. Shouldn't do that. But it did. So it wasn't their fault. And it wasn't even the situation's fault. The weakness was all me. And I knew that. And I hated that. And it made me hate myself. So the only way that in that moment that I knew was to stop that role of thinking. Now I look at myself and go, that was silly. The whole thing was silly. Like if my kid that, I'd be like, as quickly as I'd be taken to the hospital, I'd be like making fun of him the whole way. Like, really? You did that over that? Like, you're a kid. You got your whole life ahead of you, bro. And you weren't even like doing it because you wanted to end anything. You weren't trying to self-delete. It was literally just, I'm so fucked up, I can't take it up. Okay. I'm not trying to belittle anybody's pain, but I would belittle my pain in that moment for sure. Because I look at that now like, man, I just would have called her like, leave me alone, biatch, clang, and... You know, on some level, like there's like a fuck you that comes over you, and you don't care if people don't like you, right? And I didn't have that yet. I wasn't there yet. So I had to process that shadow. It was a bad one. And it took me until, I don't know, mid-20s before I finally was able to, I didn't even break up with girls, even when they did things. I was so attached that I couldn't even let go. Oh, EA's showing up just when we're getting ready to hang up. EA, we love you. EA, we love you. Eric Coedding, hey you all.
Well, so we got a quick thing. I know we're getting to the end, but we did have that one caller who I talked about before the stream, who you actually wrote a book on. Do you want to get them on really fast?
I wrote a book on this person?
Yeah, so, and also, while it's on my mind, I want to say for everybody who wrote in with stories, I want to say that this is a vulnerable subject, and I appreciate, like, whether you were anonymous, and especially for those of you who were proud enough to fucking put your name on there, nothing but respect to you, especially like we did play critic a little bit and like poke at some of it, and nothing but respect, and we thank you so much for it.
You guys definitely opened a door, but why do you think I opened a few doors too? I don't know if you guys notice, did I not open up some of my wounds too? Like, and you guys can be critical of those. That's what they're here for. Not to be critical of, but to show. As much as I'm looking at someone and going, well, that sounds like I wouldn't do that, then what do? I describe something that did the same basic thing to me, right? I'm not ashamed of it, and neither should you be, and I'm proud of you guys for even bringing it up. You know, it's kind of like this, and there's no literal truth to it, but it's kind of like, you know, exposing your jugular so no one can cut you in it, is what it's like. If you're integrated, if you're properly integrated with these traumas, no one can hurt you with them. If someone wanted to curse me over what I'm telling you, I would laugh and laugh and laugh, because that shadow would show up. I'd hug it and be like, hey, buddy, I'm glad I integrated your ass. That's great. Like, other people are paranoid. Like, don't tell people about your birthday, and don't tell them about bad things that happen to you. Don't tell them what you're afraid of. Bitch, you're just telling me that you got a lot more that I can attack you with. That's all you're doing. I'm much more inclined to look at when somebody says, you can't get me. I go, yes, I can. When someone says, this is where I fucked up, and this is what's wrong with me, that shows real humility and real pride. It takes real pride to be real humble. You have to really love yourself and not be ashamed of your flaws to truly act with humility and be like, these are my flaws.
It doesn't take a lot of courage to hide yourself away. It takes a lot of fucking courage to expose yourself to the light and put yourself out there, especially when you have what you perceive as weaknesses and reveal that to everybody. That is fucking strength.
Yeah. Yep. Fuck yeah.
All right.
That really is. I mean, I'm more inclined, like, that's like, you know, there's people, I don't want to name names, there's people who call them disabled, right? And I don't like playing semantics with names. If I call them disabled, I don't mean any offense by it. If I call them differently abled, but I would encourage them not to see themselves as deficient or broken. I would say, yeah, there's things you can't do, but we all got things we can't do. I don't like driving, right? That's a hang up of mine. I don't like driving. So, you know, is it equal? To me, it is. It can be debilitating, because there's times where it's like, there's really nothing wrong with my driving, but I resist the urge to drive. Like, it's just like, when I get in the car, I'm fine. It's just the agoraphobia of doing it gets to me. But then I do it and I'm fine. Yeah, maybe I'm more functional, but it still has an impact on my life. People still treat me differently. Does that mean we're equal now? Because you can't do this other thing, maybe you can't walk or hear or whatever it is. It doesn't make us equal or different. We're already equal, whether I have a flaw or not. Stop playing this game of like counting cards or something.
We're all the misfit toys.
Yeah, like I don't do that, right? Even if I judge somebody, like, wow, that guy's a pain in the ass. I'm judging my relationship with them. I'm not judging them as a being, right? If I go, I don't like that person, I'm really saying I don't like our relationship. I don't like the kind of relationship we're going to have. We're not going to be compatible. And I might give you a million rational reasons for it, but I'm not actually saying that person is inferior to me. Doesn't go into my brain that way until it becomes that, until they try to compare. Once they start comparing, like, oh, I'm better than Thorne, or oh, he's a dick, then I go, okay, my turn. But until that happens, I'm generally not like that. Anyway, it's too much about me. My point is, like, don't let these things put you in a better or worse position how you see yourself with others. The people who came on tonight and said these awesome stories, some of them I know, and I know personally, it took a lot for them to even say that. And I admire that, you know. Just don't say it from a position of shame fame. I think I'm starting a new thing here. Everybody pass it around. Shame fame. Don't
like
shame
that.
fame. You know, don't be like, oh, look at me, I'm this flawed. Oh, I gotta be, oh my goodness. Don't do that. Don't fucking do that. Please don't do that. I'm not saying be proud of your flaws. I'm saying embrace them and love yourself like God would. It's that simple. All right, go ahead.
That actually sounds like exact. So, I tell you what, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be here to do the proper send off, but our caller can help you with that. So I'm going to say goodnight to you, and I'm going to bring this caller on.
Okay, because I'm going to hang up in a second. So,
all right, everybody have a good night, and I appreciate all of you.
See you later, Fleshy.
D.H. Thorne.
Oh no.
Hello.
Who's this?
I hear that you wrote a book about us and are now doing a live stream.
Oh fuck.
About us.
Yeah. So how have all of you been doing?
We've been doing very, very well since your gate opening, and we appreciate you coming on here to reveal more of us to the world. Because...
You know... No, you go ahead. You go right ahead.
We want to be known. We want all of you to see us in you.
You know, I think it was you who told me that, I'm going to say. Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
So what do you think? What could I have improved upon? What could I have done differently?
There's so many things that you could do differently, but the most important thing was that you chose an action and stuck with it.
True. Very true. Very wise, actually. Yeah, I guess you could say that. I'm glad you would say that. So which is your favorite gate that we opened for you?
I am partial to the ones in the West Coast. However, how could I overlook the Great Gate? The one the one in that field.
No, that's not the good one. The good one's at the top of the rock. That's where the good one is. The one that's to the top of Jane's Hill. That's the big one.
All about perception.
Yeah, that's true. I think the one by you is awesome because you've got that whole city of Portland out there that's pretty much been on fire nonstop for like 2 years.
Yes.
Well,
it does bring me great amusement to see so many of those little eyes like the ones that you have on your stream right now hold up around so many Walmarts. West Coast area. There we are. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now we can see.
I realize that a lot of those shadow people look like NPCs, don't they? They really have that like if they were in light, they would look like the NPC.
Doesn't that say something? So many people with shadows really are just behaving like NPCs in the RPG of life.
It's true. That's really true. We all kind of do it, though. Yeah, for sure. So we've got a question by Wyatt Coverdale, and I want to answer that question, and then I'm gonna say goodbye. But Legion, I want to thank you for coming. If you don't mind sticking around for this question, you can always respond to my response. But he says, "Hey Thorne, I have a rather important question." He asked about 4 times, and he got a response from Fleshy, but I didn't get a chance to answer. It's mostly based on morals. Would I be a bad magician? Stop that. Stop that. I know you're kids. Stop that. There's no stop. To use the fear of others to fuel my magic. I feel like fear would be powerful but wrong. Okay. What you feel is real. What you feel does not necessarily mean it's right or wrong. If you feel it's wrong, does that make you want to stop or do it anyway? Do you think that, oh, it's wrong for me to, touch myself or something? Does that stop you? No. What I would say is if you're acting and you act out of sincerity and full integration of your true intentions and why. Now, granted, you're young, so there's always the caveat, I can't legally say do whatever you want. But I will say that from the moralistic perspective, there's no such thing as morality. Morality is a lie. Morality is a joke. We had a whole big thing in the last stream where people bugged out because I was so adamant about it, and they didn't like that morality isn't a universal truth. Even about the things that shall be not named that are such taboos, we can't even talk about them. Even that we can't say is objectively immoral. We can say it's subjectively immoral. We don't like it personally. We don't want to do it. And if you choose not to do something because you feel it's wrong, that is fair for you. But don't seek permission outside yourself. Coetting says, Wyatt, I give you the green light, go for it. Does it matter what he says?
I want you to go out. Take that fear that you want for people. I want you to instead fuel your magic by their love, by their admiration of you. And then use their fear. And use everything. What really separates all of them? Why should any of them be morally so distinct?
Yeah. Wyatt, I would ask you, first of all, why does my opinion matter? Second of all, if you knew half the stuff that I do in magic, if you have a moral bone in your body, you'd go running for the hills. And I'm not even that bad. There's people in the chat with you that will go way further than I probably will on any given day. And I just don't do it because it's not a moral thing. I just don't have the urge. But I used to. The things I have done with magic would curl some people's toenails. That doesn't mean that it's right or wrong. I'm not saying you should or shouldn't. I would say, don't be afraid.
I would say if has given some shadows.
No, I wouldn't go that far. But I've definitely look, any magician that believes even in a slightest, like you could be a good or bad magician, a love and light magician or not. There's people who, when I talked about opening the shadow gate, shit themselves, and it was like my most unliked video ever. But then the people who got it loved it, right? So it's like, no matter what you do, like just put this whole moral thing. If you're saying I'm using other people's fear, what I would say is this. If you want to be ethical about it, the Luciferian ethic would be this. The golden rule, do unto others as you would have done unto you. This way you can encourage the world to do unto you what you would want done. If you don't like the idea of being vampirized, then don't vampirize. But people are still going to do it to you. Don't think that because you're nice, people are going to be nice to you. Just know that what you put out is what you put out. And what's out there, it's kind of like farting. If you go around and you fart up a room, what do you expect it to smell like? Now, granted, we like our own farts. So, yeah, there it is. But if you go around farting all the time, and it's just all farts all the time, everyone else will be like, well, fuck it, I guess I can fart too, and it's going to start smelling so good after a while. So is that morality or is that just an ethical judgment? I think it's an ethical judgment. I don't go and commit crime and murder and this and that. Of course, if I did, I wouldn't admit it. But even if I did, even though I don't, I'm not saying it's moral to do it or not. I'm not saying I'm a good guy or a bad guy for doing it or not. There is no good man or bad man. There is just man, and man is an illusion. So do with that what you will. If you want to use people's fear in magic, do it. Do it responsibly. But if you feel like it's wrong and you're having doubt, don't do it. You're obviously not ready. If you hesitate, if you're worried about it, if you're scared of it, well, I can't tell you what to do because there's a part of me that go, if I'm scared about it, I'm going to go do it. There's a reason why when I was a kid, people were like, oh, it's a scary dark attic or a cemetery. I'd be like, watch me go, watch me walk in there. And I'd feel the fear, don't get me wrong. I wasn't trying to prove anything. I just was like, let me go anyway. I want to do this, right? Now I'm a little older, so I've got like some extra brain cells in my head that say, maybe it's not a good idea if you play Russian roulette. You know, maybe that's not such a good idea, right? So as you get older, you get these positions on things, but if you're even asking the question, even if it's not about you, if it's about me, man, I've done way worse than use people's fear against them. I've sent them their whole fucking shadow everything. I've sent their fear. I've vampirized them. I've sent their hate, their rage. When I get mad enough at somebody, if I reach that point, I will vampirize them direct, and I will use their fears against them. I will belittle them. I will analyze them. I will take their trust and twist it around into a weapon. I am ruthless when I don't like you. You can ask the people that I used to work with in that Facebook group what happened. I don't know why that they thought it would be okay to just treat me that way out of nowhere. But it really embarrassed them, and they're still not doing well. You know, I'm sorry, but that was their mistake, not mine.
I'm not.
So I'm not, I take the satanic path without even meaning to. I didn't even read the whole satanic Bible, and I was already doing half of it, and I didn't even know it. When it says, treat people who deserve it nicely, not the people who don't. That's me. That's me. Right? That's me. So, Raul, try to understand also that Wyatt is younger. So he's like a young buck. So he's going to be asking questions and doing things. He's trying to understand. So judge less, not that you're being too judgy, but judge less and represent more is what I would say. Because Wyatt will ask some strange questions and some pointed ass questions. And he even reached out to me in a video. That's why I know him. And his question was rather pointed. And but he quickly saw the light. And he's not just a good fan, he's a cool dude. So, and I'm not saying, he's saying, "Pooh boy, you're sick, I love it." Nah, don't even do that. I'm not better because I'm capable of this stuff. That doesn't make me superior. What makes me different is that I'm different. I don't look at it and go, "Don't do it," or it's good or bad, or I try not to judge. Look, I've had people come to me and say that they've thought about being like a serial killer, and I didn't flinch. Is that because I've thought about it too? Or is that because I don't care so long as it's not me? Or is that, what's my reasoning for that? Why did I not flinch? And if I did flinch, why? Think about it. This is a tough question. If they told you, why are they telling you? Is it because you're next on the menu, or because they trust you? Or are they testing you? How does your reaction make them act? There's so many levels to this game of chess that it's like, if I react to everything, then that makes me movable. And it's bad enough that I react to anything at all. There's things that I react to that I wish I didn't, for sure. Usually those things start with a P and end in X. So, for those of you who know what I'm talking about. And Eddie says, the most compassionate thing you can do for a rabid dog is to put the poor thing out of its misery before it hurts someone else. I totally agree. When I was training in martial arts, I didn't go to the school that says don't hurt people. I went to the school that said end this violence quickly, and not brutally, and not unmercifully, but the greatest mercy is to be quick about it. Don't sit there and don't fight them, break them. You know, the greatest mercy is to just, if you have sometimes you just got to break the arm and just, oh, are you done? And not go, I'm going to break it. You don't fuck around. If you need to use your abilities, use them. I would certainly say if your life depends on it, use everything you got. Whatever you feel you got. And if you want to live, you do what you got to do. If you've got to use the blackest magic there is, use it. Don't hesitate. Why? Why hesitate? Think of black magic as like a ninja that no one will ever catch you for. No one will ever catch you for what you're doing. You know, there's a great story, and this is going to be where I'm going to end. And Legion, maybe you know this story. It's a Lovecraft story, The Dreaming in the Witch House. And in this story, the main character is presented with a test, sort of a test. Nyarlathotep brings him into this space between spaces and presents him with a situation where the man is asked to basically sacrifice a child. And if he does, he will be given ultimate power. And of course, he has to make the decision. I won't ruin it for you. And I thought to myself, the guy goes to another dimension where no one will ever know what his choice was. He'll never, ever, ever come close to even ever having to face any kind of punishment for it. No one will ever judge him for it. Only he will know what he did. in that situation, what would I do? Well, I go, it's a lot like a video game. And I think everybody in a video game would at least once do the bad thing just to see what happens.
Everybody uses quick save and quick load.
Everybody uses quick
All
save.
of the NPCs in Skyrim have known your wrath.
I'm not saying that's true for everybody, but by and large, if you're capable of imagining it, you've already done it. Think of it that way. If you can have the morbid thought, you've already done it. In the astral, in that way. You've already done the thing. I have a dog that I love with all my heart and soul. She's like my favorite pet that I've ever had. And one day I was working with my Dremel making boken and things like that. I was carving things in it. And I suddenly have, like we all have, this morbid, curious thought. What would happen if I put this in someone's eye? Then this Zen practice that I have where I will think of the most morbid and gross and horrible thing to kind of become comfortable with it, I'll do. And what did I do? I imagine, I don't even want to say it because it's not bad. I mean, it's not good. It's definitely, it would get me in trouble. If I did it, I would never do it. I'm not saying I would. It's like something I wouldn't do because I couldn't imagine hurting something like that. But the thought occurred to me. And instead of running from it in fear, I let the scene play out in my mind over and over and over again till it didn't bother me anymore. The reason I do that is not because then I have this ideation that turns into an action. It's so that the ideation doesn't become a shadow that causes me to act a certain way that I'm not capable of really dealing with. My mind is inquisitive. Your mind is inquisitive. We all think about things that in our morality is not acceptable. Everybody, even the things that are so taboo we can't even talk about them. We all imagine them. And if you say you don't, you're a liar. It's like when you have a friend that says, I've never touched my own dick or something. Of course they have. You can't, that's ridiculous. I had a friend who always denied, I never masturbate. Yes, you do. Of course you do.
He definitely
Even if
did.
just once.
We saw it.
Like extra, I'm sure you did. Well, you definitely would have seen it, Legion. So all of these horrible thoughts that I'm talking about, all of these risque things, these questionable things, these things I can't really say here, I've thought much worse. And I've allowed the thoughts to play out. Yes, even the most taboo things you can imagine, not because I'm going, oh boy, I can't wait, but because the only way to prevent infection or the shadow from spreading is to shine as much light on that thing as you can and let it be there. If the feeling and nature's wrath says, yes, deference being that it's not being guilt tripped here. And that's what I'm saying. And yeah, Raul, some people do it. I mean, some people will carry it out, but do they carry it out because they think about it? If you think your thoughts control you, then you're not actually really enlightened. Your thoughts don't control anything.
If you are
You can't think yourself in...
If you're so afraid
Yes,
of the thing that you can't even begin to consider or approach it, it has power over you, and you are allowing it to.
Yeah. Yeah. You're allowing it to because you're not facing it and you're not letting it. It's exactly right. That's why I let myself think of the unthinkable. I have this meditation. I forget the word for it. There's a Zen meditation where you are meant to meditate upon your death, all the vivid ways it can happen. And sometimes it's hard. Sometimes it's no problem. Sometimes I feel a little existential and I go, I don't know about this. I don't know if I want to imagine that. Then I just go through it anyway. I go, oh, that's what it, I can only imagine what it would feel like to hear my bones break going into a fucking wood chipper as the thing sucks me in. I'll think about it. And I won't stop it. I will let it play all the way through. And I'll let it happen a bunch of times. And I do that only so that it doesn't have the effect on me. Now, yes, that can backfire. By the way, I will warn you, you can backfire that. You can what's the word? Ideation. You can have too many ideations and get a complex, sure. But that's because you're not dealing with it. But if you come at it from a perspective of, it's kind of like when you're a little kid and you were scared of the zombie movie and you'd like cover your eyes, but then you'd peek at it and you'd watch it anyway. And then as you watched it, you realized how silly it was and it didn't scare you anymore. It's the exact same thing. It's the exact same thing. The most unthinkable thing that I can't even talk about, I've probably thought about, and I've let the thought run, and I haven't run away from it. Does that mean sometimes I'm uncomfortable? Yes. Of course I am. But that's part of the meditation, is to be uncomfortable. That's part of the process, is to face that discomfort. If there's a thought that I'm unwilling to think, there's something wrong with me. And that relates to your question, because if I'm willing to think about it, my reason for doing or not doing it has nothing to do with, is it right or wrong, or am I a bad magician or not, or a good magician, or whatever. Or am I bad in the skilled or not skilled sense? I don't give a fuck. I would probably rate myself, as magicians go, like a 4 out of 10. Because my knowledge level is way down here. I'm not a bookworm. I don't know my Legamegton from my Grimorium Varium outside of the skimming that I've done through them. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in like the quantum leap magic. The magic where you just, my reality is this now. That's what it is. So I don't care about all these little details. To me, they're easy. To me, it's like I don't even need to read about them. And that sounds vain and arrogant, but I don't care. I'm not big on it. It doesn't bother me. And it probably will not bother you forever either. At some point, you're going to go, it is all just a game. It's whatever I want it to be. So you're a kid, so I, of course, have to be wary. And when I say kid, I'm not belittling you, but you're young enough where there's certain ground I can't cover with you, and I wouldn't want to. It's not my place. You're not my kid. There's things you got to figure out on your own, unfortunately, but that's part of the joy of growing up. You've got to learn this truth on your own. I would say at your age, the things that you think about are way up there. You're lucky. Not many kids do. But I would caution you to avoid morality, but embrace ethical thinking. Ethical thinking will allow you to function in society. Moral thinking will cause you to become a sinner and a problem to yourself. Yeah. And EA says you have to keep chasing that hideous dragon as you get more and more desensitized to your own awfulness. And you're not awful. Stop that, fucking dude. You're not awful. There's nothing awful about you. God. Made me come over there and smack you one. You're probably like, please do. There's nothing. I'm not saying that that there's never things that. Yeah, right, harder, daddy. I'm not saying there's never anything that you do that pisses people off. I'm saying you're not awful. You're fine. The dragon's not awful. That dragon is you. Embrace that fucker, stink and all. You can only bathe him when he lets you catch him. Think of it that way.
I like that.
So Legion, I'm going to let you give us the all clear and tell us what to mind, tell us what to do. And before we do, everybody, I noticed that nobody seems to have gone there. Please go to the Etsy shop. I've got this new dandy product. It's a glorious, glorious crystal with Lucifer's sigil embedded in it. Really good. And I've got this new guy. It's only one of these. The crystal I've got a bunch of. This I've got one of. So if this interests you for a ritual item, go to my Etsy. The Etsy is linked at the top. It's the pinned comment at the top.
If you want fun details, the man who donated that skull, his name is Philip. And when you pour orange juice and vodka into that sacred skull, you will be drinking Philip's head screwdriver.
I love Legion, man. Legion's awesome. By the way, if you like Legion and you like my books, also on Etsy are signed copies of my books, and I will personalize them for you. So if you don't have copies of my books yet, or you have one and you want a signed copy, I've got a selection of those. I kind of took them down for a little bit because I don't want to make my signature worthless to people, but I put some back up recently. So there's, I think, 4 or 5 of each of my books there right now. So if you're interested, please hit that up too, and you'll get a signed copy of my book.
It's a good book,
Personalized.
very good biography. Thank you for that.
You're welcome, Legion. I'm sure version 2 eventually will be just as good. So, all right, Legion.
It is getting
tell everybody.
Quite late, and I see everybody is starting to tune out. So we are going to go along with everybody else, and everybody be excellent. Tell your friends, warn your enemies, and mind us.
Ooh, I like. Ooh, could you record that? Mind us. Ooh, and I'll put the fucking Legion eye right there for that when I put at the end of my videos. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Us.
No, no. See, now you're hamming it up. Do it the way you did it, and mind us. Like that was just so. No, still too much. See, it was perfect. It was Come on, Legion. Come on. You're supposed to be a dark god of hell. What the hell? All right. Anyway, guys.
I can't give you exactly what you want every time. But I will give the people what they want. A musical number to send us off.
We should do... I wrote that we have a whole stream with Legion sometime. We'll just invite Legion to show up. Anyway, guys, thank you very much. Well, you're going to have to start paying some of those super chats, Legion. I mean, you're cool and all, and you made me some money, but everybody's got to pay. So, all right, dude. We love everybody. Thank you very much. I'm sure if Flesh Priest was still here, he'd probably have, something nice to say. So I'm going to say that for you. I'm sure Tall Man already is right now. So, anyway. So anyway, guys, thank you very much. Check in next time. There will hopefully be a video upload this week. We'll see what's going on. I have to take a little break from videos just for a week or two. That's why I'm doing the live streams anyway, because I've got this extra thing I'm doing at work, and it's just occupying my brain a little bit. So hopefully I'll get one this week. If not, they'll be starting again soon. I need a break from video editing and stuff for a little bit. Let's just put it like that. So I will be back. I'm not giving up on it. I just need to recharge the battery a little bit and dip back into the well, if you will. But I won't stop doing these streams. So stay tuned. Stay warned. Something else.
Mind us.
There you go. Beautifully said. Good night.
Later, bitches.